Hello and welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to Creative Discourse. Welcome to Bad Painting Friday special edition. I don't have a usual setup for Bad Painting Fridays. I'm not going to be working on the smaller canvas today. I'm going to be working on this one, which is quite big one. But the idea is the same as with the, just give me a second, I just want to correct the, is the camera going to work today? Let me see if the camera will work today. It could. Well, should. Let's see. I think it's going to. I hope it will. Is it or is it not? I think it is. Okay, cool. My apologies. This has to be fixed. Maybe in the future. I'm always talking about maybe in the future. But let's not get derailed by my inability to produce a proper stream. The important part is that we are here for painting. We are here to have fun. And since this is a special edition of Bad Painting Friday with the larger canvas, I kind of prefaced this yesterday, or last stream rather, and I was talking about that I need to work on that a larger project, which is a traditional Slovakian costume or folk costume with a traditional instrument. So it's a commission that I'm working on. It's kind of a on and on project because there's a different ideas about the size, different ideas about the composition, and so on and so forth. It's always, not always, it's usually that way when it comes to a commission. So you have to take that into consideration, that there are some negotiations and so on and so forth. I don't want to bother you with that. I'm pretty sure that you're going to have your own experience, unless you already have some. Why do I call it a special Bad Painting Friday special edition? Well, it's because I am going to treat this as a Bad Painting Friday. So I'm just going to have a lot of fun, experiment with stuff, moving around, because I honestly don't know what to do with this. It's really difficult for me. There's a lot of information when it comes to that costume. I have a lot of props. I will definitely bring it and show it to you what I'm working with. But important part is that, or the most difficult part for me, is that I don't have a live model, and I hate to work on something specific without the live model. So I might not be working that much on a portrait. I'm thinking about either inviting that person here to pose for that portrait, or I will have to grab all my stuff and go to do some sketches outside of the studio. So that's kind of a how would I put it? Name of the game for this project. I have some ideas what I want to include, what I don't want to include, and you can see that I have a. Can you or can you not? Let me go closer to it. Yeah, you might see a couple lines right here, because I was not necessarily eager to start, but I am struggling myself with composing this properly. The instrument is really tall, and a person when it's holding it is actually sticking out all the way out from the canvas. So I don't know if it included in full or should I crop it. So I was kind of throwing things around because this should be, like I said, a life-size portrait. And if I take these measurements, head would be somewhere here. This is like just me playing with the size. I put his head somewhere around here because he's approximately my size, a little shorter, but you know, who cares? So I put it here, and then that instrument, which is called fuyara, has to go out of the frame. So it kind of I don't want to point out that I have similar theme going on right here. So it's kind of into my, it's something that I am not opposed to, but since that instrument or the whole costume and everything that is there, it's part of that. Portrait, because this is not necessarily a portrait of a musician, even though I call it a portrait of a musician. It's more like a portrait of a culture, my culture, and especially not necessarily Slovakian, but that a region where I am from. So it's a type of a clothes specific to the region where I was born and where I live right now. But before getting into these difficulties with composition, like I promised, I want to show you, and I want you to see the whole process step by step. This is not necessarily, again, instructional video that you might be used to about how to compose things and so on and so forth. Like I always say, there is plenty of great painters out there and videos that you can watch about these things. This is more about really like when you get your hands dirty and not these time lapses of things looking really, really nice all the time. This is going to look bad at times, and I want to show you that even though it looks bad, that it's oil painting after all. You can always work till you're satisfied. There is one plus to this. I have a time limit, and I was really procrastinating with this, and I was putting it away and away. And right now I have, well, maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks, depends. Depends on how fast I can work and how detailed I want to get with this. Because let me just go and grab that, so I'll show you. But I have to keep it pristine because these are original pieces, handmade. So let me just go grab them. So I have to be really careful with this. So everything is handcrafted, and it cannot be damaged. So I don't really want to, touch it with my hands while I'm painting. And I think I already showed you this, but just to make sure. So this is a traditional. That's why I made a little space right here. So this is a top part. It looks funky, but this is a top part. It's this thin, so it goes up like so, and it has this intricate pattern on it, which is quite, which is specific to a region. It's really, really, really difficult to. Well, it is difficult. It's challenging. You have to know what you're doing when you're trying to do this, and you cannot just throw this into a washing machine and a dryer and then it's all gonna be good. So I have to be extremely careful with this. So this is a top part, in my region, we walk with our bellies in the traditional costume showing. So as far as the information about why are we doing this, I hope that this is not me who did this, hopefully. As far as the information that I have about this, it's because a lot of field work and work in the forest, and when they were moving around, that shirt could either get stuck to something, some branches, or it was really uncomfortable to moving, so they just cut it out, and then they, you don't get it dirty, and they dealt with the problem this way. So, it's just sometimes the most simplest solution is the best one. These are the pens, and the funny thing is that pens were always the only one size, so this is the size of the pens. So, I mean, I can fit into one of these, but this was just I believe that it was a traditional size because of a specific size for the instrument that they were putting a fabric together. I don't know. So this is the size of a pens. It's not really this is what I would call one size fits all, because you can fit, I think, 3 people into this very comfortably. Well, like I said, I can fit into one. And it's just, that's like a, it's like a traditional thing. And again, it has that intricate pattern all the way on the bottom. So this is a traditional 2 parts of the costume. There's also a little vest on the top and other parts that I don't have yet, because that person he's using it because of the concerts and so on and so forth. And I also have a head. That's like it has a really, again, on the top, intricate pattern made out of the metal, which is really, really interesting. And it's my camera is not working again, right? Let's wake it up. Okay. It's working, is it? So you see the intricate pattern right here, and it's all handmade. So I really have to be careful with this. I don't want to destroy this. So that's that. Should I try it? Should I put it on my head so you can see how it looks? It would be pretty funny though. I don't know. Maybe later. Maybe I should get a glass of wine and then do that. Yes, please. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can fit into this. It's gonna be fun. It's just a. So this is how it's supposed to be. I think that this is how it's supposed to be. I don't know. I should probably do the streams like this from now on. It seems kind of a fun way to do that. They have like a different position for that. I heard that there's I was asking why is it why some of the guys have it like this on the side, and they were told me because that's a little bit more rebellious style. Like same with a classical, not classical. I'm calling it classical, but the same goes for my baseball hat that I use, and I have to. It's just something that I have to use because first of all I have a long hair, and the second of all I use it both ways. And when I have it this way, especially outside when I'm trying to crop the top part of a landscape, so I'm using my what is it? This kind of a shade part as a measurement. So I use it pretty often, or not pretty often. I use it all the time. That's the reason why it, very rarely leaves my head, because it's an actual tool that I use for painting, and also protects my hair from paint, because I used to have a lot of paint in my hair. So I have that hat, I have that traditional costume. This is a traditional, like a peasant costume. It's just stitched nicely because they used to wear it once per week, only to go to church maybe, or like a social event. So it was more like a more what is it? For celebration for peasant folk. So that's how I would describe it. That's why it has such a nice, intricate, beautiful pattern there. So, and it's really challenging because then it's also the vest on the top, and also a little like a coat that they used when it was cold outside. So they used to. Because they were all in my region, they were mostly like these small villages in the mountains, and they used to. They were. It's not a farmer. The one that goes with. It's not a farmer. What's the name of it? When you're taking care of sheeps, what are you? You're not a farmer. You are. Help me out with this, but you know what I mean. So it's usually sheep and so on and so forth. Like they used to. You can't think of the word. Me neither. But they used to. There's a place. Some of my friends, they thought when they were visiting, that Salash is it's a name of that place that they used to make dairy products out of goat milk, sheep milk, cow milk, and so on and so forth. And one of my friends, she thought that that's the name of a franchise because she saw it, like we were traveling. It's like, oh, that's a Salash, that's a Salash, that's a Salash. It's a cool franchise. And I tried to explain to her that, oh wait, it's not really a franchise. It's the name of a building that it's related to a old way of living. So it was pretty fun. It's just a little. Shepherd, thank you. Shepherd, yes. My country is known for shepherds in the mountains, right? So even we are very famous for dairy products, and we have a bunch of trademarks for like a specific types of dairy product. The interesting part is that when it's a really, really nice weather, outside, and there's a lot of herbs on the fields. When sheep, it's a sheeps or sheep. Doesn't really matter. Plural of sheep. When they graze and when they eat it, then you have that specific herb kind of tasting milk, and then they were making really, really a good natural. Dairy products out of that. It's a really, really cool thing. It always reminds me home when I have that. And you can barely, sometimes you can buy it. Sometimes you can buy like analog of that kind of a cheese. But I don't think that. I mean, you can try, but you have to be here to have the good stuff. So that being said, you're welcome to come and taste it. It's pretty good, but you have to be ready for some weird taste. So, yep, that's that. So there is plenty of things that I would like to include, and that's why I'm struggling so much with that. With that composition. But before I get to composition, you can see that I have a canvas stretched, and I also toned it. This is toned with an acrylic because I was really worried that my pigments wouldn't dry by the end of by the beginning of a stream. and I wouldn't be able to, you know, work directly either with charcoal or with the pigments. I'm probably going to go with the pigments immediately just to save some time and work a little faster, perhaps. And this is, it was, like I said, it was toned with acrylic pigment. This might be slightly darker that I usually use, but it's darker in the areas where I knew that it's not like a main focal point, which is going to be around here. So you can see that, you know, I had a little bit, I was thinking about parts of that. With toning, it's not necessary. Ideally, if I were to work with this perhaps and I knew the composition, you could go even one more step underneath this to actually kind of sketch your composition. Then you tone it down and then you wipe the areas of a light, which kind of, you know, which gives you one extra step before this. But what I'm going to do, I am going to go with a, yeah, let's do the same that we did with a fragment on the left side. I'm just going to go with the brush. So I can, the only reason why I want to go with the brush, because I can quickly, with a large brush, I can quickly cover the large areas with the tone, which would be then pretty tedious with charcoal, and it takes a lot of charcoal, and it's not necessary. So so I would probably waste time unnecessarily. So I'm gonna do. Let me just get a little bit of tea going. All right. So so that's that. And then again, oh, where is my? I don't have my references ready. And I work on some ideas. So let's see which one of these ideas I can actually translate into reality. Let me see. Let me just set up my digital file on my tablet, because there's a bunch of things that I have to take into consideration with this. And like I said, since it's extremely intricate, it's gonna take good bit of time for me to get all these patterns down. But I'm excited to work on the patterns, because I haven't worked with patterns for a while, and it's going to be like a good practice for the larger painting. For Cyril and Methodius, actually, because I have to start putting some patterns on them as well. So I'm just loading my files. So there are patterns on the clothes. There are patterns and different materials on the head. There is like a thick belt that has a lot of patterns. There's the instrument that has a lot of patterns. It's just everything has a pattern, so I don't know how to actually how am I going to actually work with all of this? But it's going to be fun. That I know for sure, that it's going to be fun. So I have a different ideas, different poses, because there is a specific stand that they're holding when they're playing these instruments, because like I said, they're they're big. Not heavy, but they're big, tall. It's like imagine like a tall wooden stick. Maybe I can post some of them, some examples for you later on. So let's see. Yep. Okay. I am sorry for this. You're so curious how am I going to approach this? Well, you know, I'm gonna do a classic strategy, which would be I'm just gonna throw things around on the canvas and hope that something's gonna work. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I am worried myself a little bit. Not necessarily worried, but I have some doubts. Only because of the size of that instrument, and I'm really I am really tempted to just cut the part of that. It sounds like a great tactic, yeah, right? Isn't it? I know, and the reason why I'm doing this, it's because it's Bad Painting Friday. The only problem that I have is that this Bad Painting Friday can really, well, it could go both ways, and this is a commission, so they will have to be happy with what I did. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. And if they aren't, they can just say, well, okay, thank you for your time. So let's do that. I am going to okay, all right. I'm going to include it there. And hear me out with this. Since I created that larger setup, and I still feel this is not big enough because of a lot of elements that, you know, are part of the costume. But anyway, and here is the other thing that I have no idea what I'm going to do. Should I do this? Because I have a similar project. I'm working on another, which is kind of I used myself as a model. I don't know if you've seen this one. So I'm working simultaneously on this one. This is a slightly different one, but it's what is that? Yeah. So I have you can see that I am going to actually work slightly similar with this. This is actually me. I don't know if you can see it, almost me, with a different kind of a pose. This is like a special axe that they have there, and this is a different type of a head. So these are kind of elements that I already kind of experimented with, but it's just you know, these projects are always on the side because there's a bunch of other things that I have to do, right? Do you like it? Awesome. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad that you like it. So. I might actually post that one so you can check it out. It's like I would say that it's in the middle stage. There are replacements for the hands and arms, and everything is kind of thrown around. There is a portrait there. I actually the last time what I did, I actually scraped the textures and I sanded down a little bit some areas, and right now I need to do more detailing. So I wish to get to this stage that I have right there. Well, let me bring it one more time. I would like to get to this stage. My camera again, just chilling. Is it going to work or not? And other thing is, it seemed like it's going to be nice, kind of a sunshine and what's wrong with you today? What's not going your way this particular time? Is it something I did to you, camera again? Okay, maybe. Anyways, is there something to do with proximity of this? I don't know. Oops. It almost feels like as soon as I put it right here, it doesn't want to work. I don't know. Anyway, so what I want to say is that this is a, I don't know if you're going to see it. Like you can see, like it's really in the kind of a rough stage, but it's prepared for, you know, I have like a placement of where I want to have this, so I can start putting a details there. So this is the stage that I would like to get pretty quickly today. But again, I might not because I kind of knew what kind of composition I want, and here I'm not sure. So let's include that. Instrument, Fuera. That's the name of the instrument. Let me grab this bad boy right here. And I'm gonna go with a, as you remember, actually I did if you're interested about the ground or the toning of a ground, this is a, I used just a regular acrylic pigment, acrylic yellow and acrylic red. So you might think about like a cadmium yellow light acrylic and cadmium red light. I mixed them together to get orange, and then I started to add a little bit more black into it to get like a brownish pigment. That's for the mixture. I can actually demonstrate that if you want to, real quick. So I have. So it's just like a camera. Come on, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Like, what's the meaning behind this? So just like a little bit of red, a little bit of yellow. Well, I used a lot of yellow already, so to get, and the reason why I'm doing this because you can get these primary colors pretty cheap, and it's like I have a limited palette in acrylics, so I mix like an orange, and into that orange then I mix a black, or you can go with blue, but I have a black, so just a touch of black. Just a dab. This is way too much actually. So you might want to use just a little bit black, and you want to go slowly to get to the mixture that is the most, and you can see that I'm very close to that kind of orange. I hope that. What are you doing, camera? Why are you doing this? What's the, anyway. Okay, so it's somewhere around here, which is very close, when you look to this. And then I'm varying a opacity by adding more and more water into this. So this would be like a very simple way to get that kind of a Rembrandtish orange underpainting very quickly and fairly cheap. It's not exactly what he does, but not exactly. It can be what he does because there was no acrylic pigments at that time. But the principle is the same, that I have a tone that I can work on top of. So I'm gonna, and then right now I'm going to mix my ultramarine together with my burnt sienna, because ultramarine is blue, burnt sienna it's a dark orange, and the reason why I'm using burnt sienna and not necessarily like cadmium orange, it's because I already have them mixed in the same value. So the moment that I would start adding a cadmium orange or cadmium yellow dark into my ultramarine blue, I would actually get a lighter pigment, and I want to do a dark accents, dark shadows, dark tones. So it's kind of, it works pretty good when it comes to this. And then, you know, you can experiment with different brands. I don't really care that much. Or I can use my, if I can't find right now I can use a transparent orange, like a dark transparent orange or dark transparent brown. It's up to you. Or you can use, I think, chrome oxide or whatever. It's the other way, the supplement for sienna, burnt sienna. I probably need to reach into my secret stash again. Naples yellow. Where are you? I know I saw you here. Why are you hiding? Burnt sienna. Gotcha. And this is a specific burnt sienna that I actually used to use in States. The specific one that I was introduced to by Daniel Bilnes, if you remember, I talked about this. And it's stuck because like I said, I haven't used this one for a while. So let's get this mixture tried. You can see that this is pretty close to a same value, so I can create a nice big batch of pigment, which will work today. And I can, remember, I can vary this between temperatures. You can see like this is really orangey, so I kind of like that. And I'm going to hit it with that ultramarine, and I'm gonna get really, really dark value, and I can decide whether I want to go warmer, neutral, cooler, cool, whatever I want. So I just maybe more blue. Let's get a little bit of blue there. That was too much. And depends if you want to, you can key this towards whether you want to work more indoor or outdoor. And when I say indoor or outdoor, you can either work with cool shadows or warm shadows. So I'm going to use this as my charcoal. That's what I'm trying to say. That means that instead of using a charcoal, because you can see it's very close to charcoal, so instead of using my charcoal, I'm just going to use this as a charcoal for preliminary sketches on the top of my toned canvas. And remember, I talked about this, that better you prepare, not better. My canvas, it's fairly rough. So the paint is not going to slide as on the very smooth canvas, which is kind of a downfall of this, or not downfall. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to maneuver into that precision that Daniel likes, but since I'm going to use it only as a preliminary, where did I put my gloves? Oh, there they are. I'm blind as a bat. Since he's using it only as a okay, our gloves are on. So what I'm trying to say is that he doesn't use any medium into it. He really works with that transparency and actual pigment. But he also uses very nice and smooth canvas or a board where the paint nicely slides and then you can wipe it very easily. This is a rough canvas. So you wouldn't be able to get in so much details with this kind of a setup that I have right now. But remember, the smoother the surface, the easier it's going to pigment slide on your canvas. But you have to be careful, because then if you have a smooth surface, second and third application of these layers are going to be extremely difficult. So, and the camera is just having fun. Right? Of course it is. So I'm going to load my brush and I'm going to see what's going to happen with this. And I have a paper towel to wipe it. I have my mineral spirits ready to help me to wipe it even more. So let's go for it. And I'm thinking, like I said, I'm going to put here, like this is going to be a top part of that. Let me just see. It's going to be top part, and then somewhere here, it's going to be bottom, maybe even lower, because I need more space, maybe even lower. And I want like I said, they have a specific pose and gestures, because it's really tall, long tube that you are holding right here, and you're blowing into it this way. So it's just and it's long. So you're gonna see it. I'm gonna bring it. I haven't had a chance to bring it. I'm gonna ask my father if he. And I want to. This is weird, because I don't know. Let me just double check this. Because I have some other references. And what I'm trying to say is that we might get, like the connection might get lost today again because it seems like it's starting to snow. So I apologize in advance if this is going to be cut short. So yeah, have mercy with me. And it was so nice today early morning. I was traveling, it was like around 8 in the morning, and it was beautiful. Everything was covered with the kind of a, okay, so how far it is? So it's, wow, okay, so it's really, really tall. That's what I was afraid of. So it's really, really tall. So I probably, and I still have to think about that. I have at least a 1 centimeter from every edge, right? So remember what I was talking about when it comes to frame. I have to be careful with that. So I can't really go higher than this because there's going to be a large frame there. It's going to do overlap and it's going to cast shadow. That's going to be a problem, right? So I'm thinking maybe I could use the same frames as a reference that I have with these smaller ones. So I have to be aware of this and careful with this. So yeah. I don't know, am I still live or no? Hopefully I am. And if not, then like I said, my apologies for that. So there and there, and I want to create that kind of a, like, okay, if I put a head, the top of the head right here. So that means that it's not going to be a top of the head, it's going to be top of that, top of the figure. How big this is. I think it's life size. Let me get, I prepared it here. I knew that that's going to happen. How big this is. It's too small. It's 150 and he's about 170. Can I make him slightly smaller? Like 10% perhaps? Okay, let's maybe push it a little higher here. And I'm thinking let me do a quick adjustment here. I'm trying to think of how do I want to, well, let me see. That's not what I wanted. See, I was worried about this. And well, let's see. So I have a center right there. So I could put his head slightly to the left and push his, okay, all right. Let's try that. And if it's not going to work, that's okay. We can then decide on something else. So I could push this a little lower even, and then let's make a little bit of this. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Maybe you could go a little lower. So if it's just too much. Get my just want to measure thirds for myself only so I can place it in compositionally where I want it to be. Okay, this is pretty close. All right. So I can actually move it even lower. I think, well, okay, let's stay here and then move this one here because I want to make him as big as possible. So I want to fill the canvas. I don't want it to be compositionally. I don't want it to be like a, you know, like you have a large canvas and then you have a like 20 centimeters from here and 20 centimeters from here. There's nothing around here. So, and I want him to be nicely proportioned. So that's the line up there. Let me just do this. Okay, somewhere here. All right, so that. Did I make the correct measurement? Okay. A little bit more in. Okay. So because what I'm doing right now, I'm going to go with like a simple composition. So I want to put his head like somewhere here. You know, I'm playing with the thirds a little bit. Somewhere here. So this is where the head is going to be on the top. That's where I have the bottom. So yeah. And that will give me plenty of space for go all the way up here with that. With an instrument, and it's just gonna a little bit more this way. And I am not drawing right now necessarily. What I'm doing is I am creating these directions for myself. So I want to have a kind of a movement through a standing figure. So if this is his head, and this is going to be really something else there. I have to put his shoulders here. Like so. Wow, okay. All right, all right. This is going to be a foot right here, perhaps. So I'm trying to create, idea. Let's call it idea. This is halfway point, so it should go on those thirds somewhere here. Let's move this a little bit more this way, so it's under the angle, and this one can go here, and maybe put it this way. All right, and then goes out this way. But I have to make sure that he has his head underneath the foot. Right, so it's going here. So this is where his head needs to be, like so, a little bit more this way. All right. Okay. Which would give me a little bit more space to go here. And then push this one maybe a little bit more outside. Let's see, because I can put like so, and then this could go actually down right here. And then we can work on the okay, we're getting somewhere. It looks very stiff right now, but that's okay. It's going to be fun. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be fun. There are other things that I'm thinking about is I want to have him a little bit more like I want to show a little bit of authority in him, so I am my wizard stuff, yeah. It's just because, you know, Gandalf the Black right now here is in full thinking mode, and it's helping me to stay in the balance when I'm trying to go up there. It's the mole stick. I have to have the mole stick. I used to use a mole stick all the time, to the point that I used to hold it in my like a pinky with all bunch of brushes, to the point that I had like how do you call it? It was like what's the name of that problem that people that work with the computer on the mouse they have with the wrist? I forgot what's the name of that. It's carpal tunnel. Thank you. Yeah. So I used to. That's what I used to, it was cramped in the one position, and I was holding the brushes and the palette in my hand because I used to hold it in the hand, and it was just so uncomfortable. And then actually Daniel Bilmes asked me, dude, why do you hold your palette just laid down? And I'm like, well, because it's cool. Because painters are holding their palettes. Okay, yeah, maybe for photos, but you don't have to hold it all the time. So that's the story of me using then a table for palette. So I would have him here then. And right now the size of the head. Okay, all right. So let's do head count. If I'm too tall, so this is. Wow, the head is really too small. Yeah, I think that the instrument has to go out of the picture. It simply has to. There's no other way around that. Okay, it was decided on. So I can maybe push it even higher up. Or should I do? Well, maybe I could. Okay, all right. There are some ideas. All right, it's happening. Bad Painting Friday, you know, it's happening. It's going to work. I think I have some ideas. Okay, so this is going to be the size of a head. Maybe a little bigger, even more. Okay, maybe a little bigger. I have to go all the way back. You're supposed to paint and not watch you all the time. Yeah, you shouldn't because, you know, do as I say, not as I do. That's the name of the game. So do not watch me, please, because it's just it's crazy. You're just gonna. So if yeah, let's do like a. But I'm afraid there's going to be too little space on top of him. But well, we can work with that. I think by now, you know I'm crazy. Okay, well that makes two of us. That's that's the asylum. I think that we might have established this. So this is going to be the movement right here. So let me just. This is the head. So maybe. Let me push it here and then top here. So I have a little bit of that angle to play with. Yep, because his head needs to go. Yes, his head needs to be underneath his foot, almost there. Okay, so I can push him a little bit more here. Right? Yeah. So there we go. That's the one. Yep. Okay, so I have to then bring a special, not special, the traditional footwear or whatever shoes that they used to wear. This needs to go a little higher then. A little higher here. Okay. All right. So let's count the heads right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1. Okay, way lower. 2, 3, 4. Half point. Oops. Okay, we're almost 8 heads. That's too much for him. I think he's like a 7. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're gonna fit. So then I can work with feet a little bit. Okay, all right. So the size of a head, it's going to be slightly smaller than the real life, but that's okay. All right. So I have a position. For him, it's going to be somewhere there. Then I need to determine the size of this, or the thickness rather. This is a fairly thick instrument. And the question is, am I going to show him how is he, the moment he's playing, or, because then I'm not going to have his full, it's going to be, his face is going to be covered slightly. Not slightly, partially. Well, I remember he told me that he would like his face to be visible. But I want him to be playing, so he's going to play. That was decided. Got a lot of commissions? Yeah. Yeah, but you know. Like I said, he wants to have his face visible, I understand, but I want him to play because that's better representation of what he does. So I'm gonna go against his wishes and do what I want. Because it's Bad Painting Friday. Yes, everything is just falling in place. except the time and money to spend for this, only to see. Never mind, I wanted to have it this way, so I want to do this. Okay, all right, so I have that position. Let's look at this one more time. Let's check mirrors, because they're gonna tell me a lot whether or not he's falling. Of course he's falling. How come I haven't seen this? Is he falling or is it me? Let me grab my little level. Okay. seems that it's going a little bit under the angle. So let's bring the heavy piece off. So this is the center of the foot. No way. Did I? Okay, all right. Plumb line, it's right here. I think the foot is correct, but the stand, it's not right. Okay, all right, no worries, no worries, no worries. It's all good, it's all good. Let's throw some where are the other, where did I put the other? I need a couple more of these reference pictures, so give me a sec. Because I have to determine the size and the width of him. Yep. Okay, this might work. Oh. Okay, let's see if I did all of it. these reference pictures that I just... Why are they here? I don't get this. I'm sorry, I'm confused with what's happening right now. Okay, so this is where his... Because it's like there's a lot of kind of triangular shapes. I see triangular shape here with that little dark area right here. Okay, let's make a space. Let's make a. So this is where till where the pens are going to go. Yep. Because they're kind of a, even though it looks really, really, really wide, but when you tie it, it almost looks like a skirt. So I'm going to treat it as similarly than the skirt, as one shape at the beginning, just to do the placement, just to see whether or not it works properly. So I'm working with abstract shapes that you know, like these triangles, because it almost feel like it's a not almost feel. I feel that it is kind of a triangular theme, almost, like when it comes to these costumes, because the way how they were dressing, or how they were. But then I see that there are taller instruments and shorter instruments. I don't know if it depends on what they choose, the size for these. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, because I see a really, really big ones, because I'm looking on the references of the instrument, and I see the ones that are really, really big, and I see the ones that are really, really small. Not really, really small, but you know what I mean, like the big ones and the small ones. Should probably do a little bit more research on the topic, I think. Okay, so this is going to be a shoulder, but he's a little wider. So maybe I can push it here, and then this is the sleeve, and maybe I could push that darker shape right here on this side, and that will give me a chance to show the little vest, which is also short, and it's going to cut into this. Okay, all right, we're getting somewhere slowly. It's not ideal, and then since this is this way, I see that his sleeve was dropping right here from that darker mirror check. He's falling he is falling. So yeah, he's falling. He is falling. So let's adjust this, make it a little wider, and it's probably because of the head, the position of the head. Maybe not even the position of the head, but I didn't make this clear, so. And maybe I should include and show that this is where the hand is going to be. This is where I have a hand. So I could do sleeve right here, like so, and then here would be the part of the thing. This would be the part where I'm thinking about all these ornaments and where to put them so they are not on the same, so they kind of flow nicely. So this is going to be tough. And then I'm looking on the different. No, I want to show his. Well, this is going to be crazy. I'm showing. Am I going to include his belt as well? Maybe this should go. I know where the problem is. This should go a little bit more out. Let me push this a little bit more out. His foot. Or no? One hand, and then the second hand is going to be right here. Wow, this is going to be a little bit more difficult than I thought. I'm not going to lie to you. This is going to be a little bit more challenging than I thought. You remember when I was talking about that you should, if you think that you're going to do something in X amount of time, you should double it. And then when you double it one more time, and that's probably the actual time that you need to do it. Well, I haven't done that. Okay, let's get into some of I need to start working with, because I'm so used to work from imagination that I know how I would like to I know how I would like it to look, but then it wouldn't be authentic necessarily, right? So yeah. Let's get a little bit more specific. Okay, all right. I'm going to check a mirror one more time. Yeah, I have to place the feet underneath the foot. All right, let's go. Thanks God for high ceilings. All right, okay. Now I can see it. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay. Let's speed up this process a little bit. So I could actually make it here. This is going to be all like these little striations right here. I'm gonna go out right here, and then I can do smaller, maybe just kind of go out like so. So there will be a, yep, okay. And then let's get this. All right, let's work on that. Let's work on that foot. Ugh. Hair. Probably mine. And you might think that I'm going into details. Well, I'm not. I'm just trying to place the foot properly. And the reason why, if you remember previously, I talked a lot about the feeling of weight, right? So something has, it's standing. This could actually go even lower maybe to make it even more. Yeah, it could go lower. And then I'm going to push it here, like so. So what I'm searching for right now is to make sure that I have, and I know that you can't see it, but it's really high up, but it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to make the proper posture. And when I said posture, he is like he's holding it, and he's a contrapposto, plus holding that instrument in the hands, right? So that's something that right now it's going to be the most important thing for me. And you can forget the hands, you can forget the head, because head can move without changing a contrapposto. So what I'm thinking about is the hips and how they're going to really plant itself into that foot, and the torso that's kind of balancing it out. So that's what I need to make sure that I have in the relationship to one another. Of course, I said that head can go whatever direction he wants to, since he's like this, and it's kind of trying to push him into a, you know, it's, how would I put this? He's not necessarily off balance, even though he might look like that, but since he's holding that instrument that it's in front of him, he needs to counterbalance it. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So he might look like he's gonna fall down, but it is only because of that instrument. So that's why it's very important for me. Let me just make sure that you know what I'm, oops. What's happening here? What is happening? To understand what I mean. So if there is nothing that he would be holding in his hand, right? It would seem that he's falling, but since he's holding an object in front of his face that it's tall, not necessarily heavy, but it's really tall and it's leaning that direction slightly as he holding it which way? This way. Because I'm trying to, well, it doesn't really matter as he holding it. So yeah, this is the stand. So the important part, what I'm trying to say, the important part for me is to make sure that I have a nice contrapposto. I can move this a little bit more closer to him. Yep, a little better. So this is where the shoulder is, and the head and the head. Yep, okay, all right, cool. I know the camera is not working, but I'm still using the same mixture. Let's do don't worry about the camera. Well, you know, it's just one of the things that I promised that I will work on, and maybe I can push this even more this way, just to give him a little bit more space. And then this way. And then since my horizon is somewhere around here, I have to see the bottom side of this sleeve, and it's going to be right here, I think. That could work. Yeah, that could actually work. And to create kind of a nice, like a movement, I'm not going to put it on the same horizontal, but I'm going to go a little lower here. So it's kind of stretching somewhere this way. Right? You remember we talked about this with Rembrandt. The phone needs the break, apparently. Yeah. Apparently, I should stop using the phone and get the proper camera. But it's not really in my budget. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. It is the truth, though. I don't even know why. For a second, I wanted to. Not necessarily a lie, but I wanted to. Okay, maybe even a little higher. Okay. All right. And then his art supplies are more important. You understand? Yes, yes, absolutely, absolutely. Art supplies are the most important thing for me. So, okay, I think I like what I see at this moment. Maybe I could, okay, well, here's a crazy thought. Maybe I could push that, maybe I could push it a little bit more in this diagonal. What do you think? Let's see, because I like these diagonals, you know that, right? It would create a little bit more dynamic composition, since he's again he's like a 3/4, but yeah, I think this is going to be better. Yep. Okay, let's push it this way. Let's off balance this even more. Oh yeah, I'm not that tall. Let's off balance it even more, and it's going to go here, and it's going to end up here. Yeah, way better. Yep. And then that's going to give him a chance to put his hand right here, and another one should be somewhere here, and I can then put this dark, it's dark. You are the same? Yeah, well, you know, I think it's mandatory for us. All right, and then this would give me the belt that would be right here. So this is the size of those pens. So there is the belt, this, and I could put, well, maybe I could put it even higher, right here. And then there is going to be a vest right here with all the cool, yeah, I think we're getting there. We're starting to see, I'm starting to see something here. I'm starting to see something here. So it's going to be like west right here, around, and I could do another part which is like there's a thing that attaches to that jacket, and the jacket goes down on this side. Yep. So I have some interesting things to work with. And then he also carries a little, like a scarf right here, which also has ornaments. Maybe I pushed it a little too much with that angle. So maybe I hate this. I hate these thinner canvases, not thinner canvases, thinner stretcher bars, because right now I'm hitting that center part right here, and I can see. And the biggest problem is going to be that it has a particular curvature. It's such a slight, soft curvature on the instrument. It's like one of those curvatures that, you know, if you remember, I talked about painting a young female portrait as that beautiful curvature, which is so subtle that Raphael could do so nice of a face that shows the jaw and the chin, and it's just wow. Raphael, when it comes to subtlety, Raphael is the guy. And then if it's right here, so this is where his eyes are going to be like so, and I can put that head right here. It's just the yes, Raphael Santo. And I could maybe push, let me see. I could push this. I'm trying to include his neck because you remember I have a problems with necks. I don't want to include them. So this is this area and it goes around and you can see a little other part of his vest on this side, but it's partially covered and it goes down this way. And then I see, I think I could include like a little sliver of that light sleeve right here, and I could push his arm, the other arm, this way. So one is bent, one is stretched. And maybe I could do, because this, right now everything goes this way, maybe that sleeve could go this way rather. Like so. Yeah, that might be better. Yep. So it shows the direction better. Oh, where would I be without you, Rembrandt? With these. Remember I talked about that Rembrandt and the sleeve? So it just kind of, like how Rembrandt created that change of a plane by simply changing a, just not changing a direction, just skipping a direction. What was that? I'm in Raphael Sanzo, so it's one of the Renaissance Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Let me just write it down for you. Raphael. Just a second. Oh, I should capitalize this because it's kind of important. Raffaello Sanzio. What's where was he from? I think this is the complete Italian name. But the last part, that Urbino, I'm not sure if that's. Raphael was a big fan of Leonardo da Vinci, and he copied a lot of his stuff. Okay. Well, yeah, the same person known as Raphael. Yes, that's the English version of of his name. I'm sorry. I just like to just butcher the true Italian pronunciation. Raffaello. It's just so funny. It always makes me laugh. I used to live with Italians, and they have a particular way of describing things, and even their English, it's the best English, but, in their head. So you're just like, no, man, no, you're not pronouncing it correctly. They're always it feels like they always sing when they talk. So yeah, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting that you have these live captions, and sometimes when I speak, I make like a silly accent. When I was talking about Russian painters, I was I was using a kind of a English Russian fake Russian accent in English language, and right now I was using a Italian accent in Italian names. So so yeah, my apologies for that. I'll try to remember that I have to be a little bit more considerate. Okay, all right. So I'll be okay. So from now on, whenever I'm gonna, so okay, so that's it for Italians. What are we going to do for Spanish? Spanish painters. What are we going to do for Russian painters? Well, French painters. Well, I guess French. I can do one with the pinky. The pinky sign. That's going to be French. When they're holding their because I think that this gesture, I don't think you can see it. The gesture with the pinky, when you're, because I have a black gloves. When they have like a pinky out, I think according to legend, I don't know if that's true, but according to legend, it's because of pinky finger, and I think it's because of a Louis the. What was the Louis the 13, 14, or 16? I never know which one it is. The Sun King, or whatever they call him in English. I don't remember. But according to some sources, I don't know. This is a long time ago when I learned about this or studied this. That, and maybe I talked about this on the podcast already. Have I not? Maybe I was. Anyway, I will repeat it for those of you who just joined the stream, and it's I think it was Louis XIII. I don't know. Let me check it. It's gonna bother me. And you remember I told you that I'm trying to not get into these deep rabbit holes on the topic that just going to King of France. '14th. Okay, all right. So I was somewhere there. Louis XIV, Sun King, also known as the Sun King, or when I say sun, I mean the sun, our sun. So he was so into himself. First of all, supposedly he was really good looking and a great dancer. That's why when you look at his portraits and like a full figure portraits, he always showing, like, he has that particular posture. I don't know if you, it's like a dance pose, number one. He's showing his calves and nice legs because he was supposedly incredibly gifted when it comes to dancing, among the other things. Supposedly he was one of the first. Like, he invented a reality show because it was a very important like a status flex for nobles to quietly come to a stage that was built next to his, like, it was part of his quarters where he was sleeping, and they quietly came in, sit down like on the podium, and they were looking at him to do the morning routine, like how he's waking up, how are they dressing him, like do all the restroom stuff, and only the best ones, or the highest nobles, it was like a huge, and I don't know if this is, I might be mistaking, so hot calves for sure, right? Yeah, I told you he was very proud of that, and you can see that in every portrait he's showing it. And this is a specific stand that the dancers are standing in. It was always like this. He was showing off the calves, among other things that they were talking about him, specifically ladies. And he was really, really a superstar when it comes to these things. And according to a legend, and I know maybe it's not a legend, I don't know, but I think it's with him. The reason why the pinky existed was that he felt that he's so above everyone, not like a regular king, but like a god almost, that he didn't want to touch to anything that servants were touching. And since they were washing dishes for him, because obviously he didn't wash his dishes, he was reluctant to touch these things. So that's why he was just holding it with the least amount of fingers necessary, because he didn't want to touch anything that is not godly. So I don't know how true this story is, but well, I don't want to say that this is exactly what was happening, and I think this is a legend, but there is so many stories about him. Also about like a French court during these eras. It was really, I don't want to say vile, but definitely nasty, because they didn't have they were saying that since you got into that, onto that podium, right, in the morning, it was a huge honor. So, and especially for a lady of the court. So when she got there and she wanted to go to a restroom, there was no restrooms for them there. So they usually went behind the curtains in the palace. It's just, I can't even imagine what, I don't know. I don't know. It's like maybe this is a different country. I don't know. I don't want to comment on this, but there's a lot of stories about this. I don't know how truthful they are, but yeah. So let's maybe put. I want to do a little angle of his. You can see that I want to push them a little bit higher up, those eyes, because I want to make him look as Still interesting though. Yeah, well, it was interesting, especially I'm worried about. So this is the size of the head, and I think I'm making this head pretty big already. So this is going to be a chin right here, and I need the neck again, go down, like so. So this is going to be a neck area. So this all can go into a shadow actually. This can go all into a shadow. And I think I'm making him a little slimmer than he actually is. So let's make him a little wider. I mean, the actual person, he's really well built. I'm making him probably a little too thin. And the reason is why I'm making him thin, because I made him really tall. And this is the problem that you remember I talked about multiple times previously about a canvas. My proportions are 2:1, so it's 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. So I'm trying to make everything skinnier only because I wanted to fit into that, excuse me, I want to fit it into a, like a specific composition, which is very tricky. So that's why you should always do your sketches. So let me check mine if it's. And then I have to. Oh wow, they're so red. I'm talking about a that little scarf that he has. Well, not necessarily that wide actually from that angle. So I am kind of close. But still, kind of close. Okay, not that bad. Maybe a little wider. Maybe I can widen this a little bit. Right? Yeah, that's going to make him slightly slightly wider. And maybe I should drop this a little lower so I have a little bit more space for that neck. Yeah, that could go. That could be good. Yep. I'm going to drop that shoulder down a little bit more. And that will give me also a little better that contrapposto. So this shoulder can go lower right here. So I have that vest, it can go till here. Till here, and it has like a little pattern right here. And I have to place the hands right now. That's going to be, the hands are going to be the most important part here then, since I have a portrait partially covered. So hands are going to be something to really, I have to really think about this in terms of what's going to be really challenging. So I have patterns that are going to be challenging, but I kind of, I have some ideas what to do with those patterns. But another another issue is going to be a hands, because hands, they have a specific position, and they are not only you are playing on the instrument, you also have to hold it. So it's a specific way of holding it, and it kind of, that's like a main idea. Kind of determines a lot. Position, movement. Plus, I need like a really strong, like a man kind of hands, like a man that works like on the field. Which is another issue that I have. Well, not an issue that I have, that's something to think about, rather. I'm sorry, it's not an issue. It's just, so I have to figure it out where the main instrument is going to be. And the position of the fingers. So this is his shoulder right here. So here would be an elbow, which is cool because it's kind of sitting properly here, where his other hand is going to be, or lay, or appear. Okay, so I need find a vest, find a belt. So here could be a belt. Maybe a little higher. Here could be a belt. Depends on where the belt should go higher. The belt should go higher. So this is where the belt is going to be, all the way up here. And it's almost above the hand that he's holding it. Okay, so this whole thing is going to be a belt. And here I'm going to do that curvature like so. And then I'm going to start adjusting things. And I'm going to start adjusting things. Okay, I think that I'm pretty close to where I want to be. I want to adjust a pens a little bit more. And I'm gonna hit, I'm gonna start wiping excess paint just because, just because I don't want to have that all. So this would be a center point of the pens. Like somewhere around here. Let's think about this. Where do I have that middle point? Let's find the middle point. So I have a head this size right here, and this is right here, this is right here, and this is a midpoint. Okay, so I'm pretty good, I'm pretty close. And then the question is this, where did I put that mark? Here. So this size against this size. Okay, right now he's 7.5 heads, which is cool. So this is where the midpoint is, and right now let's divide them so they look like a pens, not necessarily like a. And then maybe I could make it a little more interesting, because I remember that they are. Okay, let's try this. So this could be like a side, I want to do a little bit more of these, like a, how do you call them, folds. Right, so they're still big, but going to be folds right here, so I can create a little bit of like a shadow there. Make it a little thinner here, just a touch. Let's get a little bit like a folds right here, like it would be this way, like so. Yep. Folds this way. Cool. All right, so I should get a, you know, those brushes that I talk about that I have for erasing, like older, stiffer ones. Because I need to see right now where that instrument is going to exactly lay, because that's going to determine a lot. Oops. And especially where is the end of the instrument. That's kind of something that I need to see or determine. So it could go all the way, because I want to show that it's like that's the long one. So let's just put it all the way here. And I hope that like professional players are not going to be like, what is this thing? You know what I mean? Because professional players, they can see whether or not instruments are correctly depict it. So let's see, from here to here, yeah, I think that's more than enough. And then let's get rid of this darker value right here, because it's mixing with the composition. Because I would like to use some of the background to keep it there. Because the moment I start to add things left and right and bringing the pigments, it's going to be challenging for me to then fill the space. Okay, so this is where the instrument's going to be. Mirror check. Okay, all right, it's going to work. This is going to work. Get rid of this a little bit. And I can start working on some maybe a little bit more this way. So the head is going to be this way and the face is going to be tilted the other way. So we have a kind of a nice, interesting motion there. All right, okay, yep. Here, neck. Maybe I can raise the shoulder a little bit. Yeah. And it should go wider. This is going to be a wider area right here. All right, and let me get I'm just making sure that my brush is clean. Maybe I can do a little bit of thinner paint because I want to go a little bit more precise here. Because right now I have to start cleaning it up. I was just throwing things around and searching and looking for. So you can see that there is a lot of you'll be probably the worst. Yeah, I'm just going to read your comment. I probably would be the worst person to paint the musical instruments. Trust me, you wouldn't, because I'm still here, and that spot is reserved for me. I'm the number one. You should see my guitars. You should see my guitars. Okay, so I have this. And I need maybe this larger brush to erase bigger areas. So let me just go here and start moving this to its proper position. So I can see where it should be. Okay. This could be in a shadow as well. So I'm just going to just going to make it darker. Because right now I want to work with values a little bit to find a little bit more interesting areas when it comes to values. And this this definitely has to be in shadow, so I can put darker value here, and I can put darker value here. And I should probably establish this foot as well. Because that's right now what's missing. And I could actually drop the dark value right here, not because it's a shadow, but because it's that little piece of jacket that it's actually on his going over his shoulder. It's going over his shoulder, which would give me option to maybe drop shadows here as well, which would be in the darker category. So let me see, I'm looking for a nice kind of a cool shapes that would run through. I think I can drop the shadow here. I think a little shadow could be here. This is going to be a lighter area because I want to show that sleeve coming out from there, right? So let me really make that lighter. Cool. Okay. And then also head is supposed to be darker. That's cool. It's going to be here. There's going to be shadow from the head, and it's going to be nose somewhere here and mouth. So and the dark shape has to go all the way down. Let me maybe double check that. I saw something. I could do a little like lighter value right here. That's going to be the other side of the. It's going to be the other side of the. It's going to be the other side of the shoulder. Right here. There's going to be a lighter value there, and could push this little, like a little bit more interesting shape, because this shape on the right side was, as simple as I want to keep the one on the left side. And you remember Rembrandt. He likes to go back and forth with the shapes. So let's push it. So this is where we're going to change the plane. This is still a dark shape, but it's gonna gradate from here to through the half tone all the way to a shadow, and somewhere here I could drop that sleeve to balance it out, the other side. I can see that it could go even more out. Right there. It might be a little too much. Yeah, it might be a little too much. I have to work with that shape a little bit. Okay. It's not really working the way that I want to. So it's going to go up and down and away. So this could go a little more this way and behind. We have a little bit of that shoulder. I could go here, because this is where the elbow is going to be. And they usually have the little sleeve dropping down here. The sleeve of that jacket. And then maybe I could leave it little. Maybe I could drop it even lower. A little bit, and this a little higher. Yeah, let's do that. So I have a kind of a nice little bit of dark area. There's a dark area here. It's going to stop here. I'm just thinking out loud right now for these. Maybe I could do a little bit more. This right here. And then a little bit more right here. So it's going to go this way, down here, here, a little of this, and tiny bit of shadow I could put here. So I would have, I would have a darker area right here, top going here, transposing here, stopping here, going down here, here, and here. Okay, all right. So this could work as a preliminary okay, yeah, and he's kind of in the balance as well, kind of. Kind of in the balance. Okay, all right. Nice. So let me clean it up a little bit. And by clean it up, I mean wipe it off. So you might be thinking that I am crazy, but trust me, there is a lot of paint and pigment there, and these and brushes are leaving these little marks. So what I'm doing right now, I'm unifying that shade, and that's why I like to do this with brush, because I can create kind of a how would I call this? I can create a I can do transparency. So I'm creating transparent layer. So I can start working into it again with the pigment. Right? It's still there. You will never be able to erase this completely, so you wouldn't have anything there. It's just what I'm doing right now, I'm making it all softer. So I have here something that I can really develop even further with a little bit more details. but it would be difficult to add more and more details on top of it because it was very, very dark already. And I want to keep it like, remember, this is probably the best example of keeping something like in the fog, as we talked about. So as you get closer to it, it starts revealing itself. So I'm putting it, I saw it, I draw into it, and right now I'm putting it back into into that fog, only because I want to focus solely on I want to see whether or not it works as a unit, as a composition. And I think it's going to work. It's just, you know. I know that it seems, I remember when first time when I did this, I thought that, well, here's the thing. First time when I did this, it was because I wanted to get rid of everything. Because I didn't like the way I placed the figure, I didn't like the way how it looked. And I realized that, oh, it's even better because right now I still have a layer underneath that I can work with. And I don't need to start again with the blank canvas, not knowing what to do. So I'm going to use this as a guideline. You never did that? I might have to give that a try. You definitely should. You definitely should, because I'm going to show you right now how quickly. Because imagine this is right now something that you might call imprimatura, or you can call this underdrawing. But it is very, very vague. And I would even call this you remember that I talked about that randomness. Actually, you remember we did that portrait, the scrap material portrait. So this is like the random shapes that I have there. And right now, from these random shapes, I'm going to choose the ones that I can use and take advantage of them. And ones that I don't want to, they're going to be covered by another layer that's going to go on top of it. And you can even leave all these marks there to show a viewer, if you so choose, that imperfection in the painting, if you want to. Remember, I have that a knight in the background. I did the same thing for a bottom part for his legs, for his shoes actually. So, see, that's why I love this stream. I learn so much from you, even though you say it's more of a process rather than the tutorial or something like that. I still get inspired. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm so happy that this is beneficial for you, because it is, well, because I think about this as a behind the scenes, something that most of the painters would never probably wanted to show you. And I struggled with the positioning and setting it up, and it looked lame. And right now it looked lame as well, but at least I know where I am. I know what I want to do. I chose the elements. I chose the aesthetics. I know here is going to be vest. Here I want to have that specific head. Here is going to be that coat that he's wearing. Here is going to be a belt. This is where my hands are going to be positioned. This is the length of the instrument. This is that really wide trousers that he's wearing. And somewhere here are going to be feet with specific, how do you call it? Specific like traditional footwear, shoes. I don't know, I wouldn't call them shoes. So, and I did this, it took me, what time is it? It took me 2 hours, 2 hours and a half, almost 3 hours. And right now I've wiped everything off and I'm gonna get into a little bit more of precision mode. And I'm gonna start working with and thinking about edges. So right now everything is soft and I can decide, and check this out very quickly if I so choose, I can go into and say, oh, this is where the eye is going to be. Boom, eye, and this is going to be shadow for a nose. And I already have something. I mean, this is really rudimentary, hey, right? So don't really get into that, but immediately there is something there. Oh, I don't like it. I'm not really happy with that adjustment. Well, here's the thing. I can just go and just wipe it. And it's gone. So when I said that I'm going to use this as a charcoal, this is, I took this from the charcoal perspective. That I use that soft wine or willow that you can actually wipe away completely. I think that if I were to wipe this completely, it is still possible in this stage, but what would happen instead of wiping this completely, it would get like a half tone darker because I would take a mineral spirits and I would just wipe everything away. So it would be just one big smudge on top of already toned canvas. So you can actually work, you can start, if you're not confident, you can actually start working on the way lighter canvas and just place and wipe it, place and wipe it, place and wipe it, and you're just going to slightly darken the canvas every time. And I really have to decide where the feet are going to be. Let me just go get a little bit more tea. I'll be right back. And I'm going to continue working on this. And I see that my camera is lagging, so you can imagine how dark it is here. Let me see if I can turn on the light, how bad is it going to be. Ugh. Welcome to a orange world. Well, it's not that bad. Could be worse, right? But you had to turn yours as well. Well, I understand. Hello, orange world. Yeah. I think it's a theme of 2025. But since I'm working only with one color, value, I can continue working under this artificial environment, so I can keep going at hopefully at least of 2025, at the beginning of 2025 at least. Hopefully sun will be more out of the spring, summer. Yeah, hopefully. It's up to you. You're supposed to deal with these deliveries and requests for the weather. So yeah, I think we're good. Let me do one more check into a mirror. Yeah, I like this. I really do. I still have a little space right here, like around this area. And for me, this is again, the little space to get creative, right? I talked about this, and actually, when we talked about Daniel, that he would put a circle right here, or you know, something. I'm not going to do that, but what I could do, I could actually put a little, like a little strip with a ornament. That might be kind of cool. I kind of feeling it ornamenty today. Sunflower. Yes, you're right, sunflower. But I was thinking more about the ornament, like a little strip right here, or maybe this way. I don't know. I'll just something. I just feel like I said, I feel ornamenty today a little bit. So let me go get that tea, and I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Right, I am back. I have a warm tea, or you might want to say hot, rather. So let's get back to this. And since, like I said, I'm working with just like with charcoal, I can continue working as long as I can, because it's not really affecting anything necessarily that much. So yeah, I'm gonna go higher up right now, only because I really have to work on those shoes, because they're just like a really big blob and mess. So I'm gonna lock that down. I kind of know where the head is. I can see it. Well, you can't. I'm sorry, but I can. So I can focus on those, on that shoes, specific shoes, like the traditional ones. I should probably get one of those. They're expensive though. But they're awesome. So let me see. Do I have some references? I don't think so. Okay, I should probably put this on somewhere else, because I'm going to dip my brush into it for sure. So I'm going to grab this eraser one. First, I'm going to adjust my size. You're paranoid of dipping your brush into your jag as well? Yeah. Well, it happens to me, so I'm kind of aware of this issue of mine. So let's find the outside edge here. And wiping that access. And I'm looking for an outside edge, and it's going to be hard edge. It's going to look like a hard edge right now, but this is like a very thin paint, so it's not such a big deal. Yeah, it's exactly the problem that you're describing. You are in the zone. You are not paying attention to details. Okay, so I have this. I'm still lining it up with the head. Checking it with the mirror. I think we're good. see. So there's a, it might look that it's thicker, but the reason is because there's a like another special thing that they were putting on the top of, you know, I don't know, you might want to call it socks, but they were not socks. Maybe they were socks. It's just simply hold the garment in the proper position. And then it could be a little bit here, so I'm going to grab that. It's the arch, and then this is going to be darker because it's going up. Right here. It's like a I have to make sure that I'm not making these. My apologies if I'm quiet. I'm going to try and focus on finishing this project so I can work on a few new pieces before my upcoming gallery show. I forgot that that'll happen in the end of the year, April. So gotta grind. Oh, of course. You work. You know. I know that. If there is something that I can help you with, or you have any questions, you can always ask. It's not mandatory to have a conversation. And if you want to talk more about your exhibition, I'll be more than happy to hear about that. But then, you know, after you're done with your work. So work. Don't waste your time. I totally understand that you have to grind, because that's the same thing that I have to do with this right now. So I wish I can shut up and work. I can only wish. Throw a shadow here again, but let's see if the shadow is going to be necessary. I can't really tell if the foot is big enough. Okay, that's very nice. I'm kind of used to talk to myself, but I appreciate that you're here because that's kind of it's kind of a problem of people that they're alone in the studio. It's just developed the habit of talking to myself. This is where the foot is going to be. So let me make a nice kind of adjustment. Right, so there's going to be a darkness there. There is a here, and there is a little bit of a darker area here as the like so. I might be quiet as well because you know, when I get into these specific things, I tend to, it's the only time when you can enjoy me being quiet. Okay, let's see if this works or if it's too small. I think this is correct size for that foot. Let me just drop this down. Even lower, slightly. Yeah, we're good here. We are good. A-okay. And then it should be somewhere here. The other end of that leg, I think. But it should go lower and it should go here. This way. A little bit more in. Yeah, I think this is, I need to get rid of this because it's kind of, there's those preliminary adjustments. So this needs to go off the canvas. Okay. And I have to make a same width here and here. All right, cool. And it's this way, and a size. So it's a, it should go somewhere around here. So let's see, is this, that's too small, come on man. It's way too small, but I could push this a little bit more here. But I could make it a little bit more, just a touch, a little bit more towards us. And that might help with the size. That might help with the size a little bit. Yep. This could drop lower. And this could drop lower as well. In that case. Because the hip is going to be lower, so maybe this should go lower. I might have done it the other way around. Like so. No, that foot is way too small. Way too small. It might also be because of, I could push this a little bit more and then go higher up and then go here. Let's see. But then where is his? Where is his? I really should give that a try. Interesting, I see how you use that previous layer as a guideline for more detailed drawing, for the lack of a better term. I really should give it a try next time. I try to get everything right in the first go if I can. This is more, how would I, well, like I mentioned before, this is very tempting to do. The problem is that, not a problem, it's not a problem, it depends what you want to do with your painting. But the danger in this is that you might get way too detailed, and then the moment that you have this much detail, you then don't want to cover it with a layer of pigment on top of it, right? With a layer of paint. You're just gonna try to figure it out and moving around and trying to deal with the situation. You might want to look for excuses why not to paint into it, and it happens to me. So if you want to get, it depends on what the goal is. If you want to have a nice drawing and you want to keep it in this stage, by all means, give this a try because it's awesome. I actually learned how to draw better with this method than with any other methods that I tried previously or before this. But if you want to really get into a painting, painting impasto and being able to move pigments around and work with layers and so on and so forth, the stuff that I do right here, this is going to, because no one will ever be able to see this. Well, you are right now, but you know what I mean. I mean, this is not a final product. It never meant to be a final product. The reason why I'm doing this is because I really wasn't sure about what to do in the first place. And I felt like, okay, I'm just going to try to do this for a while, move around, and I'm not afraid to then go over it with the pigment, because we talked about this a million times. I like to do the layers, but even me myself, I am way more way more reluctant to go further when I start doing this with the pigments on top, because I have in my mind, what if I'm not going to make it better but worse? I already spent so much time with this. I don't want to destroy so much work that I put into this. So you really have to make sure that you know what you want to do beforehand, because you can. And then another thing is, I'm going to start bringing little bits of pieces of pigment, and I'm going to start moving around, and I'm going to be happy for a while with little adjustments. But then when the situation happens that I have to move the foot right here, and you are in this stage and you nicely painted it in, or draw it in rather, because I wouldn't call this painting necessarily. You're using a brush, but you know, it's a drawing tool at this point. So you get into this stage, and then because the moment you want to move this in the stage where you already lay down your pigments, moving this here, you have to repaint it, but then you can't get rid of this existing thing. You have to cover it with something, and you would never get the same as a ground, because you can't really match this randomness around here. So you would have to figure it out then, oh, I'm probably then have to go and correct the ground with some pigment. So you would try to mix the pigment as close as possible to this, which is very difficult, and mimic that randomness. It's difficult. It is possible in some cases not. You move it, and then you realize, oh, I liked it better the other way around. Well, you're gonna be really angry, because going back and forth, it's not possible after these layers are dried. Well, it is possible, but it's way more difficult. Or I would say it's impossible. I'm the one who suggested you to do chaotic things. Well, here is what I would recommend you to do if you want to try this. Make a little small, nice still life, and try it first with the still life, and then make as accurate drawing or painting or drawing with the brush, and thinking about the values and transparencies. Because I'm using this as this is my halftone, and I can always bring the shadow here, just adding more pigment, right? So I have these nice transitions, but these are not going to work in terms of full color painting. They're not going to. And especially if you want to work with reflections and so on and so forth, it's simply not going to work. But as a Charles Bark kind of a preliminary study or underpainting, this works flawlessly. And then with the small, bed painting Friday still life that you have, go full color with it, go ruin it. And then try to move the things left and right and try to match the previous stage, just to see how it's going to play out for you. And I said that this is a Bed Painting Friday special edition only because right after I'm done with this, I'm going to start throwing the pigments around left and right. Trust me, it's just going to be pigments left and right. I'm just going to grab the fan brush, and I'm just going to start throwing colors around. This is just a preliminary stage for me because I haven't. Again, I have some ideas about how I want this to look. It's burned in my head, but then I had to burn it here. Right now I'm satisfied. I'm going to do adjustments for feet, for hands, because I have to figure them out. I'm not going to leave myself the same mistake that I did there. So I'm going to figure out the exact positions for hands. I'm going to work on the portrait a little bit, and then I'm just going to start blasting pigments. Because at that point, I don't really care about underpainting. And if something is going to stay and show through, cool. If it won't, I don't care. But I don't care because I have already experience. I have plenty of paintings like this, drawings. I can actually bring them, portraits and so on and so forth that I did. And these are nice things. These are really nice portraits. They actually sell very well, surprisingly, because people like that kind of unfinished feel to it. But they're not necessarily what I want to do. That's how I would say that. Or let me rephrase that. This is not necessarily what I'm into these days when it comes to painting. I need to have that really thick paint, I need to have the option to move things around as I please. And this is very, very difficult to do. So don't worry about this. I'm gonna destroy. There's nothing, like I said, if there's going to be a happy accident and if there is going to be something that I like and I want to keep, I'll do it. But, you know, other than that, it's just everything goes. Everything's gonna be gone. Okay, this could go a little thicker. And see, this is, for instance, this is I'm measuring the width of the ankle right here, and I'm measuring width of the ankle right here. And I see that it's slightly, it's like a, what, half a centimeter thicker. You might think that that's not a big problem. Well, it is, because it's going to show when I put it down. I'll point it out. So I'm going to correct it immediately. But the question is, am I going to add a half a millimeter on the right side or on the left side? Well, I'm afraid that if I'm going to put it on the left side, it's, the legs are going to get too close, and when I extend this, it's just going to point the wrong direction. So it's, as an anatomy, is not going to work very well. If I move it here, I have to add all of this, and it's going to push my foot a little bit more that direction. So I have to be really, really careful with this right now. I think I have to go outside and redraw the outside edge. That means the right side. So I'm going to start adding just a little bit, and I'm going to do like this little adjustment right here. Maybe push it even more out this way, just a touch. And then I have to be careful because this cannot be really bigger than the head, right? So, and I'm using my hand as a measurement because I remember that the face is as big as my head, almost a little bit bigger. So I'm kind of okay. And I'm doing these hand measurements only because I don't want to go back and forth between these all the time. So I'm cheating a little bit. And you might think that this measurement was not such a big problem and such a big issue, but you know, I'm thinking about a shape and the amount of shape and the size of the shape that I'm applying to canvas compositionally. I kind of like both, but a lot of clients don't like me doing that, so I end up doing it fully rendered in a sense with no unfinished feeling. I'm still waiting for a client who likes that style. I feel that people, when it comes to buying stuff, monochromatic things are easier. You know, like it's because it's like a black and white thing. You can put black and white thing, like you can put this into a, you know, like a full yellow setup. You can put this into a full I don't know, white setup. So when people think about it as a decoration, this doesn't bother them as much. Plus, I don't know if they're thinking that since it's not color, so it's not going to be that expensive. Maybe that might be another thing, but you know, or this is more like a fresh style, or it reminds them like a old school paintings. You know, like unfinished works of other artists. So it's hard to say, but people likes these a lot actually. I have to be, and depends on the region. You know, when I went to St. Petersburg to the academy, they were so angry with me when I was doing this. I was like, this is not a painting, man. I mean, and I was convinced that this is painting. But according to them, it isn't. And you know, in some sense, they're probably right because this is really drawing with brush more than anything else. because you're not working with, you're maybe working with temperature time to time, if you so choose, right? So they would really call this as a, because we would do these in the drawing class, in the drawing classes, not in the painting class. So I'm trying to right now do these, and another thing is that I'm doing this extra work with the details, not because I want to make a detail, but because I want to see how the forms are working, how these details are going to be working in stage, where I can just wipe it off, like, you know, you see, like easily, like I made a mistake, so I'm just going to wipe it off. That's it. Right? And then I'm going to add a shadow a little bit more right here, because this is the direction that I want to take. So that's why this is my practice round before I get here with the pigments and start making like a, you know, like making mess with all the colors and values and so on and so forth. So this is like I said, my practice run. And I'm doing this because I'm not as good when it comes to drawing. I know that that's my very weak, I guess my very weak point when it comes to painting. That I'm a really bad draftsman. So I go with the idea divide and conquer. So I'm dividing this into segments. So I figure it out for myself whether or not this is, whether or not I understand what's happening here, and then I'll just go on top of it with a full-blown color and saturation and all that kind of stuff. And again, I wouldn't do it either. I would go, you know, layering with with that color, with the warm and cool, and I would experiment with that as well, and then I would scrape it down and so on and so forth. You know that I am pretty bad when it comes to these things. So I'm just testing what pattern can I use, which one are actually possible, and which one aren't, or which one rather going to work for me and which won't. And also I can test the edges, which is kind of an important thing. And I need to make this lighter. So then actually I can dissolve the edge into background. Just a little bit here. don't have a good reference for these. It's just a really mushy one. Oh, perhaps there's one that goes. And I need a. I think it has like a crisscross pattern here, if I'm not mistaken. So let's do that. Yeah, I think that's what's happening there. And there is like a shadow area here. Softer. And I might be spending too much time with this, but because I'm zooming into that part, and the problem is that I already developed it way too much. And trust me, if you're in this stage, you don't want to destroy this anymore. Because you think, oh, I labored so much and there's just so much time and effort that I put into this. I think it's okay though. I think it's a proper size. Yep, I think it's okay. But one thing that I don't like is that I am not sure. Maybe this should go, because see, I'm feeling that this is going way too much that direction. So I have to straighten that a little bit. It's just such a dangerous thing to do, because you're not going to stop right now to doing that, and I cannot stop myself. And I pointed it out that this is what's going to happen for myself. I still cannot stop working on it. So that's it. Stop. End of this little foot. Okay. So I have that one. Let me right now get the other one. Oops. Let me get the other one. So I have this right here, so it should go, what, right, so. I need to exaggerate that because I want to show that it's coming forward towards me. Right, so this way, and then I have that crisscross pattern, so it's going from somewhere here, there, and it's kind of sticking out right here. There's a darker value there. Nope. Darker value there. So then it is going here. So we would go this way. It's just, it's really difficult because I don't want it to look like a ballerina's shoes. So I'll have to get probably the original ones. I have to go and invest into these. It feels like there's no other way for me to knowing how to do this. Because I won't be able to find this angle. I just have a, you know, approximation, and I'm trying to, you know, fill the blanks. Or I'm trying to, you know, position and rotate it into my head, in my head, which is, you know, it is beneficial. But when you work with like really things specific like this, you might want to get a real reference. And if you can't get a real reference, get as close as possible to a real reference. Because people are going to call you out on these things. Maybe, I don't know. It happens to me, so maybe I have a personal issue. Let's throw some occlusions here for fun. Because who doesn't like a nice occlusion? Okay, and then maybe I could, okay, not maybe, I need to do this. I need to push this out and wrap it like so right here. So it goes inside. Oops, it's too much. It's wrapping here and here. Wrapping around, and then it has like a little seam where the tip of that foot is, because it's sewn up there. It's just look too too chubby right now. It has to be pointy. It's a pointy kind of like a weird, it has a weird shape. Not weird shape, it's just it's kind of a simple shape, but so this is a problem right here. I think this is better. Yep. A little thinner. And just for some reason I want to push it like a little higher up right here to give it that little kind of a pointy thing, because it's pointing up a little bit. And the reason is because it's like a seam on the top. I'll get them and I'll show you what I mean. And then also I think that the shadow should go more here, and then here should be a lighter area. So this is more like a top part. Yeah, that's another problem right here. Okay, all right. Yep. Yep. Better. And they, again, even on them, if you have like ones that are you know, for special occasions, you can find like in because they're made out of leather. So in that leather you can find like a little prints, not prints, like a, you know, like in the leather they make like a stamps or what, I don't know how to say that. So so yeah, it's another area of patterns. So I have so many patterns to work on. Let me see the size. Size is okay, the proportions are okay. Let's check the mirror. Yep, he looks like he can stand. I'm surprised. I am surprised. And again, everything that is there, even the dark marks that I created, I am going to wipe them off, because I might not like them tomorrow, and if I don't like them tomorrow, I won't be able to get rid of them. It looks super awesome. Thank you. It's just, I think it's just, well, I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like it. That's the important part. If people like to look at your work, I appreciate it. It gives me I'm going to push it even more, right? So it's just gonna, right now I'm going to work on the hands. I'm going to place hands, then I'm going to place that this feels solid. Okay, awesome. Well, I will then put it upside down, and I can still work on this a lot. I think that maybe I could push him a little bit more here. What, the camera start working? Why right now? Why? Like really, why? I don't get it. I do not get it. My camera is just, I don't know, has its own mind. It's just, it almost seemed like a maybe your camera agrees that the standing pose is good enough. You might be right. Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. Or my camera decided at the end of the stream almost, but I'm gonna push longer today. That it's time for you to go. You know how kids are, you know, in the school, and they don't want to do anything, and they're kind of a tardy, you know, like slow, and you have to push them to do anything. And the moment there is a 5 minutes before the end of the school, that everybody starts like moving around, if suddenly everybody's full of energy. That's my camera. Oh, it's end of the stream. I don't need to work anymore. I'm ready. Let's do some, you know, selfies. post some things on Instagram. I think I have, my camera is a teenager, most likely. Most likely my camera is a teenager. I'm glad that you found it funny. Because some of my younger students, they kind of hate when I make fun of them this way. So in the name of the triangles, or if the theme is the triangles, I'm just going to throw the triangle right here. I felt like a triangle wants to be there for some reason. And let's push right now. Let's do the hands. Let's do the hands. Let's go into a the question is, am I going to do like holding hands, like he's holding it, or he's actually playing on it? Oof. Are we going to do a difficult one and create a playing hands? Wow. Okay, let's do playing hands. Let's go for playing hands. I'm afraid because they are not really. It's not really that easy. Maybe I should go and watch some videos on how people play on that instrument, just to feel a little bit more. Let's do playing hands. Let's just go for a difficult version, because why not, right? So okay, and it works, stops working, not working. Triangles are good. Yeah, triangles are awesome. I love triangles, and especially I started to love them the moment I realized that that's the most important thing that I didn't take into consideration in Blender. That I should think of my planes as a triangles rather than just squares. Well, I learned that the hard way. Well. Yeah, because when you it makes kind of sense with the Blender, because when you have 3 vertices, you just it just Blender kind of like when you do these little bit more complicated things, especially when it comes to like putting it into a, like sometimes when you but you know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna get into that because I would again this probably most likely not 100%, but most likely I will get into I would open the Blender file and start searching for what I mean. So I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. And what if I just cut it here a little bit? Would it be that wrong of me just to show where the okay, let's see. Just to show where the elbow is for the hand. It's just gonna be too. It seems. I want that triangle there. The triangle is the theme, is the name of the game. So maybe if I. Well, let's think of this. So this is where it goes down. It goes here. Maybe I could make it a little like a different type of a triangle. But then, but then I have Okay, well let's not go into hands right now. Only because I think I have a bigger fish to fry, and that is a, or maybe yeah, no. Let's get into hands, and then I'm going to adjust folds accordingly, because I'm going to start placing the folds, and then the hand is going to end up in the wrong spot, and I want to have it exactly here. You won't believe, you won't believe it, but I'm standing now painting. Can't see my painting too well due to daylight lamp glare, but when I stand, I can see it just fine. Good to step back as well. Okay, see, that's awesome. That's another bad painting Friday progress, I believe. You have to stand up. You can see me going back and forth. I'm actually mostly back. I'm mostly behind the camera than in front, actually. That's funny, but that's how I feel. Is this going to be right here? And the question is right now, what if I make the, because these, I have two options. These instruments, there's different colors and different ideas and different whatever patterns that they have on them. And when I say different colors, it could be that you have a dark base and a light pattern, or you can have a dark pattern and light base. And I'm thinking, I was thinking it's going to be a light base. But what if because, well, what if I make him, because no, let's make it light and the dark pattern. It's going to be better. because this is black, his vest should be dark, I think. I don't know. I'm just going to establish the position. I'm just going to establish the position of that right here. I think it's better if it's light, and then it's going to have a dark pattern. I think I like that better. Yeah, it's going to be better. It's going to be better. Plus this needs to go darker as well, because this is a darker value here. So let me grab that pigment. This is a darker value here as well. Yeah. Yep. Way better. Good call. Surprisingly. And I'm forgetting that there's another piece, because it's like on the top there's like this two piece. It's like a little small area, but I have to really check it out. I really have to check the construction of that. Yeah, it goes all the way down here, like a little sliver, and it runs alongside all the way on the top, next to that instrument. But I have to make sure that I have, if anything, the curvature needs to go this way, not the other way around. So I might need to put it upside down and check the symmetries. All right, so his shoulder. So I have a neck right here, and then this is where the ear is going to be. This is the back of his head. Okay. Okay, so this is how I'm thinking about this. Okay, this is the back of the head. Skull all the way here, this, and here. And then this is where that little thing of his, that little string that it's right here goes behind, and can make a little circular on the top, so we can see that. So I can, I can paint that ornament. So it would be somewhere around here. Yeah. And that would give me this, which would work, to push it a little bit closer, because I felt that he's holding it a little too far out. So it's gonna curve this way, closer to a hand. this way. Yep. So it's straight and then it curves here. So I don't break that top part because I want to have a position of a head there, and maybe I can push it a little bit, just a little curvature up here, this way. All right. Let's make a nice curvature so Raphael would be proud at us. And that will give me something nice here as well, like a little different. Okay, cool. But this cannot be like such a sharp line right here. Okay, softer one. Okay, that isn't actually refreshing to stand up and paint like that. Might have to pull out my easel and continue like that tomorrow rather than sitting. Oh, I'm so used to stand that when I do these bed painting Fridays sitting, my back is hurting the whole weekend after that. I am so used to standing. Really, it's my favorite way to paint. And other thing is, you know, especially with later painting big, can't really sit. Well, I will sit probably if I can when it comes to let's say like a details. So I'll be working on one particular thing. But unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to sit and paint a portrait because it's too high. I can't really make that happen. So let's work on that nice curved. And then would give me a little bit more space to show the other hand right here. Cool. Cool. And then instead of making it square down here, let's curve it immediately so I don't have a problem with that later on. Wow. That's probably the worst ellipse that I've ever drawn, but it has to make, well, it's okay. No worries. Could be worse. I could be making these guitar shapes. So I'm kind of okay with this. I just thought with small paintings, it's not as important. I'm working with 40 by 30 wood board, so yeah, not that small anymore. Well, you know, the only difference between working with large and small when it comes to stepping back, with a smaller canvas, you don't need to do 20 steps. I remember that when I was working, like you're saying, like 40 by 30, I developed like a weird habit. I was drawing like this. I made the mark and I stepped back. And I was moving like this, like a mark and I step back. This is how I looked in the studio. Actually, people were making fun of me that I'm rocking back and forth. So it depends. Right now, I really have to go all the way back to my studio to see it, to see the painting as a one unit. And ideally, it should be where the like the distance should be like where the night is right now. Oh no, I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, well, that's what you're gonna do. You're just gonna rock back and forth, and you're gonna still have your arm up, and this one's just going to be like semi-loose, and you're gonna develop like a big muscle right here from moving up and down, and then and then you remember the story about me being in that dance class where our teacher immediately knew that we are painters. Because we developed these wrong habits or bad postures because of that. So he could actually go out right here, and I could put his finger, one finger right here. Okay, that will be a top part. Let me see if that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna work. That is going to work for sure. For sure. So this is going to be pinky right here. So this is going to be, ooh, that's a very, very small pinky. I can make him bigger. Nice. Perfect. So I have space to go right here with the hand. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Maybe I'm thinking maybe I should push it a little bit more here and make it a little less pronounced. Yeah, this is going to be better position for that. Yeah. Yeah, this is better position. And I'm gonna push nose a little bit more here. And this is where the mouth is going to be. This is nose, and this is where the eyes are going to be. Maybe too high. Where's the halfway point? Too much of a shadow for a nose unnecessarily. This is where the eye is going to. Let me see if I can put the eye right here. And this is all going to be in the shadows anyway because of that head that he has. Yep. It just needs to be bigger. The head needs to be bigger. That's going to be a problem because I think, ooh, maybe if I show a little bit from the other side, not his face, but the head. That might work actually. That might work because right now, yep. Because right now it reads like the head is too small, but I measured it, I know that it's okay. The problem is, again, the same thing that we had before, that it's covering partially his face. So it seems that it's too small. So this is where the ear is going to be. And I know I'm jumping from this is going to be a lit side right here. I know I'm jumping from hands to head, but I need to make sure that everything is in its right spot. You try to paint with left to balance it out. Awesome, awesome. You're doing way more than I am when it comes to painting, and I feel kind of threatened that I'm not doing enough here. So, should I start painting with left hand? It would be for sure fun. I'm starting to feel that mineral spirits in the air. My eyes are hurting and my lips are completely dry. Why not? It's bad painting. Friday after all. Yeah. I don't know. I feel that. Can you imagine? I already covered the face, which I was not supposed to, and right now I'm gonna paint with the left hand just to test it. You know, just for, well, maybe I should. I don't know. It sounds like fun. Because I don't know if everybody is going to be as appreciative of my bad painting Friday extravaganza as you might be. They need to be crazier then. Yeah, they should. Okay, let's put those hands there. I feel confident that I have it in the right spot. Well, approximately in the right spot. So let me just raise it up a little bit. Okay. And right now let's think about this. So these are going to be two fingers right here. There's going to be a pinky right here. And then it's going out in here. Like so. Yep, that might work actually. should push it a little lower. So this is the outside edge right here. I need to have a thumb right here. So that's going to be a first. Okay, I think that the hand is, well, fairly large, but that's okay. You know that I like the idea of a Rodin with large extremities. So let's we will go here and then here, and then it will disappear into a shadow. Oh, actually, I could disappear the fingers into shadow, perhaps. Wouldn't be half bad. So. Okay, this is going to be tough, I can tell. But I think we're in the right position. I think we are in the right position. I would hope. This is probably the weirdest position for the hand that I could ever possibly thought of myself. It seems that it's too low. It feels like it's too low. But it should be like halfway through between the heel and the neck. And it's not. It could go even lower. That's crazy. Okay. Wow. You know what? It kind of works in like a weird way because I'm showing his shoulder a little lower. So he's like a lowering his shoulder there so he can reach it. That might work actually if I show the shoulder right here. So this is where the shoulder is. This is the clavicle that goes there. Okay. That might work. That might work. That might work. And then let's just make it this way. Let's push it. Because I need this, this. Okay, yep. This, and then okay. I know this is like a weirdest position for the hand, but you know, I have to make this work because that's this is stupid. So it could go this way. These two could be. It's just such a weird position. It just looks like a. Just looks like a crab. I mean the animal that has claws. That's how it looks right now at this moment. Maybe I made a mistake. What is happening here? I'm getting mad. Okay, let's move it this way rather. It's going to be easier to adjust. It seems to me that this is too wide. Yep, that's the problem. One of the problems, rather. And then I should go this way here. Okay, that would be. So I have two fingers that are connected. I have one that is wrapping around, holding that. So let's make sure that it's visible. But these are 2 fingers, not 1. Cool. So these are going to be 2 fingers. That's going to be 1. Okay, all right. So that might actually work. Maybe, maybe. Then I have to figure it out. This needs to be pushed out a little bit. And then here is going to be a... And this part is the dark part where the curvature goes, and this is where the... Okay. That might be a little too big of a hand because it seems like it's a bigger... No, it's exactly this my size. So I might make this a little smaller, but it's okay. This position is going to be difficult, but that's okay. It's going to work. It's going to work. Step by step. Okay, so I need a lighter value there. It needs to go around and it needs to be hooked there. So this is a top plane right here where the arm hit, where the hand is, and I'm going to see a top plane of a from a thumb, and then a little bit of this, and as it curves back, it just goes, and then I need a little bit of shadow right here, like a real shadow, and then this might be like a lighter value here. So it's just gonna, so I'm trying to show that it's going back and forth or in and out from the sleeve, and then I have to take a brush and just get rid of all these marks. So it's just a single value, continuous value, because I need to see the shape, and if it's big enough to... Okay, this is a problem as well. Okay, so let's get there into this. So this needs to go here. This needs to be darker as well, because this is a part of that instrument. And fingers are going away from it. And then I have to adjust this shadow because this needs to go higher up. Okay, so I don't have the same distances between fingers, because that what makes it like really annoying. So it is here. And this can go a little higher up as well. So it shows that it's thumb actually. It has like a thumb has a particular shape. I would even call it peculiar than particular. So this would be here, and I really want to get this down, and then might be, because I need to check whether or not, let me see, so here it curves out, like so, and there's a little crease right here, okay. Then it connects to a finger, like so, and goes out right here. And let's just disappear it into a background. Okay. Then I have a darker value right here. So this finger, I have to open some comic book artist. Comic book artists references because they have these very expressive hands. But this needs to go further in. Okay, that might be a problem. So I have this. I actually go even further in. All right. I got it. I got you. Even further in. Even further in. Okay, that was the problem. Okay, all right. I know that I'm talking to myself. I apologize for that, but this is actually taking an enormous amount of my brain power. If I've ever had any. This is extremely demanding. So the fingers, if I'm going this way here, and then here, and then here. Okay, I'm trying to make that hand a little bit more accurate. So it's nicely placed in that on that instrument. You're done painting for today, so you're really enjoying watching me. Well, I don't know, I'm kind of stuck with this, but since this is a pivotal position, and since this is so important, I really want to get this down, or not down, but I want to, I want to understand what's happening with this before I move to another place, because right now it's lining up the way that I want to, and it's giving it it's giving me a headache, the fact that with a specific position for fingers, unless you really have them positioned perfectly, they're going to look like sausages. And the problem with this is that it's just such a really undesirable position for a hand, I shall say. It's making me rethink so it should go this way. It's making me rethink that decision of going into this difficult how would I call it, into this difficult position. And then it's just, the openings are the same because the position for the holes, it has the same distance, right? So I'm trying to figure it out how to make them, how to make the hand correct or through the fact that, you know, he's playing, and also not make it equal. So it's kind of annoying, I have to say. So that's why, you know, painting. So I would have to painting hands. It's so demanding, and I'm not even painting heads. I'm just trying to get the shape right. It's not. It has nothing to do with painting at all, and I can't do that either. So I'm just going to play with it till I find that. Oh, I'm closer. Okay. All right. Wait. I'm here. It's going here, and then maybe I could push this one out and then like enclose this right here and push it from here. No. Ugh. So bad. Ugh. Oof. Okay. Maybe. Let's see. Maybe this way. And you might again think that I am overthinking this, but I know for certain that this is going to haunt me later on. 100%. This is going to haunt me 100%. And imagine that you would imagine that you're trying to create or you're trying to paint this. And since, like I said, I have difficulties with being a proper draftsman, this causing me so much problems and so much issues that I would have to solve with hue, saturation, value on top of this. Oh, I would be so mad. I would be so mad. At least right now I can just play with pigment, and I'm not doing anything like extraordinary. I'm just pulling and pushing a pigment away, or in a direction that I want it to go, right? So it's not the end of the world. But you wouldn't be able to do this with oil paint, like full on color, because you would get, well, you would be able to, but that's when you're getting muddy. That's when you're muddy, you know, it's quote unquote muddy. That's when you're getting desaturated, low chroma, and it's like mushing together. You can't really place the, you wouldn't be able to place that properly. And like I said, I'm thinking about this in very simple terms. And when I said simple terms, I mean I am dividing problems or difficulties into stages. And this stage is just figuring it out, if it's going to work and if it looks proper right now at this stage as a finger, and if it looks right, and whether or not it looks right as a finger that actually plays that instrument. That's the name of the game right here, right now. And if it doesn't, I have to keep working on it. And then when it's going to be properly in place, I can move forward. And you know, if I'm not able to actually put it there, if I'm not able to make that work, I'm just going to wipe it, and I'm going to change the hand, and I'm just going to make a really simple, easy, kind of a, you know, no problem fingers in the position that he's just holding it. But I want you to have fun a little bit with this. And I thought that I'm going to have fun, but I don't know. Does this seem like I'm having fun? I don't think so. So that should probably tell you the story about me being a really bad draftsman. But okay, I think I'm close with this. Before I go further, I'm just going to work on another one, not the second hand. Because this is, as a weird shape as it is right now, kind of works. It needs a lot of work, but it kind of works. And that's more than enough. I need to see whether or not it's proper, whether or not it is in its proper position. And we can get to a even worse position, which would be a foreshortened arm right here that it's pointing towards us. Which I don't even know why am I so stupid and did this to myself. It should be here, this way, okay. Just a little bit of the adjustment right here, okay. Why, oh why did I did this? Okay, so there is one hole that he's covering, not with the tip of his finger, but with the middle part of his finger, because it's just difficult to reach. And then this one, it's going forward. And then it creates like a this, right? So that will be a little bit of that sleeve. I just need to adjust this because this is just bothering me right now. Oh, camera is on again? No way. Okay, so it's going to go that way, and I have, this is going to be, I mean, I don't even know how am I going to paint this hand foreshortened right here. Well, perhaps, again, this is really a comic book artist territory. But in a spirit of Rembrandt, we're just gonna power through and see what's up. I'm not willing to give up yet, but I might, because this is unnecessary complication that I don't think it's, well, it's worthy for me, you know, to do that, but I don't think that like people don't care. But I rarely paint foreshortened fingers, right? Pointing right here. So I'm in the spirit of I'm in the spirit of making it work. What? Oh, it's going this way. Okay, all right. I think I'm getting tired. So he is actually pressing right here, and this is where the hand goes into the, because his thumb is from the other side holding it and we can't see it. So I'm just going to have 4 fingers there. Okay. Okay. You're making me feel guilty for not painting anymore. You're very productive, but hey, well, I guess I could say cooking food is also productive too. Of course it is. Of course it is. I'm just don't really. I'm not doing this to make you feel bad. I am actually for truth to be told, I am doing this because first of all I have to. Well, not have to. I want to, but more importantly, I struggle myself with this. So. Obviously, I have to put more time into this than you, perhaps. So I think that you're completely okay doing other things. And since I'm alone in the studio, it's not really a. I know that you would like to paint more, but that's okay. You're gonna paint more tomorrow, so don't worry about that. Don't even worry about this. It's just, you remember we talked about this in length multiple times that you just, right now, you're cooking and it's part of that. It's part of that experience. I should probably go and cook because I feel hungry and I think that maybe a little bit of food would help me. I would have maybe a little bit more energy, but, and there's a big but, I wouldn't come back and I wouldn't continue painting properly as I know myself. I would start, doing some other things, maybe something on the computer. Maybe I would decided that today's Friday and I should go home. So this is actually keeping me here only because I was procrastinating a little too much during the Christmas. And it's caught up to me. My procrastination caught up to me, so yeah. Plus I have exams that I have to prepare for, and I have, you know, this painting that is still not in the stage that I want it to be. So we're good. you add a dash of cobalt into your food. Okay, all right. Well, at least it's kind of a cool color. So, you know, better than just, you know, some kind of a, I don't know. I'm just thinking, what's the color that I don't like? Maybe orange. I don't know. No, green. Yeah, green. And I hate it only because I don't know how to use it properly. It's one of the most difficult pigments or colors, right, or hues. And the reason is, if I'm not mistaken, that our eyes are sensitive to green, and we see plenty of shades of green, and it's you know, it's around us, and we are so familiar with it. So I guess that's why. So I have to start practicing my my greens. Well, first of all, I have to say that holding that instrument, it looks pretty bad on its own, and right now trying to paint it, it's even worse. Phthalo green, yeah, phthalo green for sure. It's the worst pigment to start as a beginner. Like, I would say that any high chroma, high tinting strength synthetic it's a difficult pigment to work with as a I don't want to say as a beginner, but someone who is just getting familiar with pigments. I wouldn't recommend you to start with those. I would go strictly with earth colors and earth tones, because they're I think that they're, I don't want to say they're easy, but they're easier to comprehend, and it's just the results are pretty. This is how would I put this? To get started with oil paint, probably the easier is to start with the earth tones. Then when you are familiar with the earth tones, it's easier to expand with cadmiums and synthetics and like high chroma. And then the level of Rembrandt with earth tones, that's just, I would call it unachievable for lack of a better words. As a beginning stage, I would say that getting familiar with pigments, it's like earths are pretty cool. But then getting that earth tones to a level of Rembrandt or Delacroix, I don't even know what to say. I mean, that's tall order. So I think I'm in the right position. It looks all right. It looks okay. I also think that I could push it maybe even a little bit more outside. And it forces people to be more aware of values, since they can't use colors as compensation. Oh, okay. Well, for a second I was looking at that and my eyes just got all blurry. Yes, you're right. Oh. But then also there is a very, like, when you think about a high chroma pigments, or synthetics rather, they have a wider margin of error when it comes to like a precision. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly, but that's how I think about it. Whereas when you work with something like earth tone, like yellow ochre, you have to be, and this goes also when it comes to not only values but also a chroma, because when you look at Rembrandt's painting, or Renaissance paintings, or early Baroque, they had to find a way to substitute that problem with chroma. Because let's say that you have yellow ochre, you want to make a nice, beautiful, singing green. Like, how are you going to do it with only a limited palette? I mean, it's really difficult. It's really difficult. So I think that's where a limited palette shines in hands of master, when they understand exactly what that pigment can do. And not only what that pigment can do, what every other pigment can do in combined with it. And I go even further. And one step further is that how far they can push it before it falls apart. And that's fascinating whenever I'm looking at the Rembrandt work. For example, for me, specifically for me, it's just when I'm looking at the Rembrandt's work, he pushed it to maybe he pushed it probably way too much. I don't think that people, first of all, understood what he was doing in his later years, and I don't think that they were not even appreciating what he was seeing and thinking about, which is really, I think, crazy achievement. Okay, so this one's going to be foreshortened, and then this one's just going to go out. The pinky, it's not out, but it's down right here, and it's a little longer. I just have to make sure that I have proper that's what I like to do. I like to make the fingers too long, then I shorten them, and I realize that they're too thick. There is a knuckle right here, and it goes this way, and this is all in shadow. So let's see. Okay, I'm pushing it this way. They're starting to stick out slowly. And then there's that's not a shadow, that's a half tone. So I have to make it slightly lighter only because I'm going to then paint on top of it. But so I remember, not necessarily I remember, I'm doing also a little value study here. So this is the lightest part right here, like that little skin between the fingers. When you spread your fingers, you're gonna see like a, it almost looks like a, so that's the one. And then it goes here because I see the side, and then it goes in. And then this is all in a mid-tone, which falls into a shadow somewhere there. So that's where it's going to be tricky to do, because I would have to, because that's the lighter area right there, not lighter area, but it's going to be shadow on the light garment or the light clothes. Therefore, it's just going to look. Therefore, I cannot make it really, really dark. So that's where that, you know, the idea of having option to work with high saturation pigments really helps, because I could make it transparent and saturated. And then also there's going to be a lighter value here on the top of the hand, because that's the top of the hand. And I have to make this properly adjusted here. Yep, because it's going this way. And like I said, this might be way too much of detail, but it's for me specifically. It's for me specifically only because I know that I'm going to struggle with dealing with this particular issue right here, which is this a hand that goes forward. So I'm testing it, seeing whether or not it's going to work. And since I'm working with just the value and one pigment, which I pre-mixed at the beginning of the painting, so and I'm using it as a charcoal, I can work the whole night if I so choose. Okay, so this is it. This is here. Then I have to connect these, right? I have to connect these. And then disconnect it here, because this is where the finger is attached to a knuckle. So that's going to be a slightly different value, but I'm going to keep it light. I'm going to make a difference not with the value, but with a saturation and hue and temperature, because the knuckles I can push them like really red. Not really, really red, but you know what I mean, like a reddish. And then there's going to be a nice lighter area here where the sleeve is. and the sleeve is going to go all the way around here behind this, and I can actually, well, I can squeeze a little bit of there's going to be a nice kind of a option for me to put a little more of that pattern right there. It's going to be kind of cool because this is all going to be dark, and there's going to be a little bit pattern here. I'm going to make this a little bit more dominant. So this is going to be area of interest. And then of course portrait, but that's not going to be, portrait is not going to be as important as hands. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking that I'm going to do when it comes to like a composition. Because, well, you remember I talked about this in terms of composition, that I like that, not that I like, I'm thinking about composition. Well, I like it as well, but in terms of composition or thinking about the composition, portrait, no matter what, it's automatically going to be a focal point. Excuse me. So I'm not going to be focusing on that as much as on the other things, because you're automatically going to go into that portrait, and I want you to go and explore the painting in its entirety. So I want you to go into hands and then into that patterns that are so typical to my region. Oh, that was too much. Why have I done this? And you can see that I'm trying to, even though I'm adjusting things, I'm always trying to keep it very, very soft. And the reason is that if there is something that I don't like when I come tomorrow, I can, and I'm going to wipe this again completely after this pass, or at the end of the session. And the reason is because that gives me a chance to work on that tomorrow a little bit more, or even better, hopefully tomorrow it's going to be dry already. Because this is sienna, it's earth pigment, and it dries pretty quickly. Depends on how thick of a layer you have. And that's what I'm saying, that, well, but it's cold outside. Well, probably won't, but who cares? So I'm slowly developing these fingers. So I could push this one really here, like to show that it's sticking out. Okay, I have this, and then this is that lightest spot. The lightest spot right there. Okay, that's where the division between fingers is. In that area, and then it goes up a little bit, and it softens into a half tone, and it transitions into another. But there is a little sliver right here, and I don't think you're going to be able to see it, but I know about that. There's like a little sliver of a light, like really glaring light right here, as it's stretching that finger towards us. Right here. So there's going that's where I'm going to have a hard edge because I want that to go forward at the most. Everything else is probably going to be a soft edge around. And then there is a little lighter value here. That might be too wide. I need to get closer. Because the fingers then, they see, that's what I was telling about, that they look too thick. And I don't want them to be thick, I want them to, well, I want them to be adequate. Light the value there. And then it goes up because this is the knuckle, and then it goes down. Because the hand, when you look at it from the profile, it's not profile, in foreshortened straight towards us, it has like a, I don't want to say U shape, but it's like a, it's curved. I don't know, my camera is not working, the small one, so I would draw that shape, but. So it goes this way, and then it curves and it moves in underneath that little finger. I don't know, maybe you can see it right now on, well, a little bit. And then this is the light area, and I'm thinking about, and I have to be careful because I have this width right here. It has to be, okay, see, this needs to go a little bit more in. So that's what I was afraid of. So this needs to be smaller. It needs to go a little bit more in. Because that, and I know that that hand looks patchy right now because there's a lot of line there. I understand that. I'm gonna get into that in a second. First of all, I need to make sure that I have that overall shape as I want to. So it curves in underneath and then out of there. And this is really, I'm making this like super soft edge because it just kind of goes from, it just transitions slowly from and let's complement this with a similar shadow. So there's a cast shadow there. It's way too strong right now. That's okay. I'm just going to wipe it anyway at the end. So it's just, again, everything that I painted here, again, is just going to get smoothed out, and I'm going to push it even more into a distance, again, into that fog that we talked about so much. And again, you might want to ask, why are you going to do that? Well, because if I decided to do some changes tomorrow, it's going to be crucial for me to be able to do that. Because I don't trust myself. And if there is something that I know for 100%, if there is something that I know 100%, if there is something that I know 100% is the right sentence, okay. So if there is something that I know 100% is that I'm gonna make mistakes. It's the only thing that I know 100%. So I have to count on that. That's what's happening even right now. So even though I might like what's happening here right now at this very moment, tomorrow morning when I come here with fresh eyes, it's going to be, it might not be the case. And I'm willing to bet, based on my own experience, that there is going to be a bunch of mistakes. Third time, it's going to be interesting because at this point I wouldn't want to wipe it. Well, I don't want to wipe it either, but I know that I have to. And that's a difference. That's something that, not a difference, that's something that you really have to push in terms of successful painting, if you want to get to another stage. You don't want to wipe it, I understand that, me neither, but I have to. I know that I have to. For reasons that I mentioned multiple times already. So I don't want to waste your time with saying again that, because I know that because I know that I'm going to make a mistake. It's given. It's given. Maybe even push it even here, the sleeve, little rascal sleeve. So there's a hand going from underneath the sleeve, and it's stepping forward a little bit. There's a lot of dark values there. This has to be all in lighter values. Because it's a hand. Right, and I'm going to unify it right now. Okay, so it doesn't jump that much, and it's patchy. It's not exactly where it's supposed to be, but that's okay. Not exactly rendered that it's supposed to be, but that's okay. The idea is making sure that it's in the right position. It might be the missing link. I need. Who knows? It might be a missing link. Actually, it was missing link for me. So, and this is exactly, it has nothing to do with what I like right now and what I'm looking right now. This has everything to do with what I know from experience about myself, because I analyzed my mistakes, not necessarily because I wanted to hurt myself, but because I wanted to get better. And I was truth and honest to myself without trying to find the reasons why I couldn't do this or why shouldn't I, and blah, blah, blah. You know that, you know what I'm talking about. We all know what we're talking about. So I know that tomorrow, if there would be no way to start adjusting it again, I would want to convince myself that it's okay. It's gonna be all right. This is good enough. I don't want to be there. You remember I talked about this a million times, that if there's something that I hate more than a bad painting, or I hate the most, it's not a bad painting. It's really that mediocre painting that I knew that I could do better, and I didn't because I was lazy. It won't hurt to experiment and see how that goes. Oh, it's going to hurt. No. Well, okay, maybe I was not clear the first time. It is going to hurt. It hurt me. I hurt myself by doing this multiple times. it's going to hurt because unless, but okay, that's I'm gonna be specific to myself because I was not, born gifted. I still have to. I have to work on these. I have to labor on these. But you see me paint every day, almost every day, and you see how much I labor on these paintings. These are not for free at all whatsoever. It's just they're painters that they just come to painting and they start moving with the brush around, and it comes natural to them. It's not me. It's definitely not me. So if you think it won't hurt to try, well, it is going to hurt. Trust me, it's going to hurt. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's just, you know that so this is where the jaw is going to be, and I think that I have a right size for him. It also depends on the subject. It's more complicated. I could use some form of slowdown. I always make mistakes there. I guess it depends on the subject. You're right. That's a big part of it. But from my own experience, and again, please disregard this or don't even pay attention to this if this doesn't apply to you. But in my own experience, and I know that this is hard to hear or difficult to hear, it doesn't matter the subject. It's always the same. It just the moment that the moment that I'm honest to myself, like fully, and I don't know. Some people use meditations. Some artists, I know that they use narcotics. Some use alcohol. Every one of us have a different way to be honest or truthful to I don't know. It never happened to me that something that I was doing was like natural and easy. Well, maybe driving. I really like to drive, so driving was kind of natural to me. But it was natural to me to understand what the car is and what it's doing. It wasn't easy for me to understand how to correctly and safely maneuver through the traffic. I had to learn that. So maybe because of my mom, I guess, she always she liked even though it's like even though you cannot afford nice things, you can still make nice things for yourself with materials you have around or it's available to you. And I think that's where it started. It's a little bit easier for me to work with whatever stupid thing that I have in my hand with the bed brushes or wrong pigments. Even though I always wanted to have everything perfect when I was younger. Right now, I understand that it's just it doesn't really matter that much. And I was kind of exposed to this kind of a mentality at home. So right now I am understanding it a little more than I used to before. And I'm actually, how would I put this? I feel like I am, so I can I can lean on that the fact that if this is not going to work, I'm going to find a different material or different way how to make it work. For better or worse. And then I have to be honest to myself and analyze it properly. And, either learn from it or just, move to another project and like I said, this applies to me specifically. I'm not saying that it's your this is me and me only, because that's how I got into painting. And also, I think what helped me, this might be strange or might sound strange, I think what helped me a lot is that I was not exposed to a social media. So I don't really feel a need for or I don't strive, maybe. And again, this is for me personally, and I know people don't want to hear this. If you don't want to hear this, then it's time for me to end anyway. But for me personally, that just a like doesn't do it for me. So I don't need the likes. I can be here and paint whatever I want, but that works for me. And I kind of feel happy about that. I know that I'm missing a lot because there's a lot of cool stuff there, also a lot of bad stuff, but with a little bit of sense of, with little sense, you might avoid all these things. What I'm trying to say is that since this does not push my drive, therefore I don't need it, so I'm kind of okay without it. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so that's that shoulder, little sliver shoulder that I thought that I might push there. And maybe I could, since this is so this is going to be the other side of that vest right here. There's going to be a little lighter area right here, and then so it's that way. And maybe I can do like a little bumps right here. So it's just that this is going to be a straight one, and I'm going to do a little. And this is where that. This is where that. This is where we can test that Rembrandt thing that he was doing. So this is the arm right here. So there's going to be like a little shadow or different application. I have to definitely check that. What was the painting that I was talking about when I saw it? I think it was also one of the Bad Painting Fridays. It was like some digital thing we were working on. I think it was the portrait. I think it was a digital portrait. The way he changed the direction of the brush strokes with the same value kind of changed it kind of felt like it's a change of a plane. Okay, so what else we have left? We have this, that, and also maybe I could make this. I'm going to soften it anyway, but I want to see it. This could go maybe darker here. So this could be a shadow. I have to invent some shadows because everything is so and that will be that sleeve right there. So let's make a nice kind of a shape to it. But I want to make it slim, right? So it's not from front plane, but it's a side plane. I think this is gonna work. I think it's going to work. If I make this lighter right here, it doesn't even need to go lighter, but I'm just gonna make a mental note. Well, actually, let me just erase that. So this is where the side of the, and I want a really soft edge right here. Right, so I would have like a little space right here. Like a little shape, and that's a background. And it should be, because this right now it doesn't make sense, so it should be like so. And then soft edge right here. I don't know about that size. I think the size works. So I have to add a little bit more. Right now I have to put that little darker value right here. That's where that vest is, because the vest has like a little, like ornaments around. And I could maybe, maybe this is, that holds that, this is what holds that jacket. Like there's going to be like a little strap right here that holds that jacket. This is going to be a lighter area for the shoulder that I have there, or the little bit of that, so I connect that a little bit through here, so this can actually go, because it's away from us, so we can disappear into a background all the way there, so it doesn't need to be a strong shape there. And then this is like a little darker value that it's around here. It's interrupted with the white sleeve. It's interrupted with white sleeve, and then I could actually maybe push it higher up right here. So this is where it goes, like so here, and then here. Because I want to make a little space for maybe like a small small light value right there. Or I was talking about this triangle, so I want a light triangle right here because I can then hit a pattern there. The pattern that I was talking about, the one on the. So it's going to be patterned this way and then this way. Maybe, I don't know. But I want to keep my options open. Maybe I can do some a little like these. I wanted to say, wait, this could go actually, wait, this could go a little bit more out so I can make him a little bigger. Because right now it's starting to be too skinny in the upper body. Yeah. Okay, so there's going to be that vest, but maybe I could do a little slightly different shape. So it could go here, and I'm inventing this, so I'm sorry for anyone who knows how it's supposed to look. Okay. And I could have a similar thing, maybe going this way, right here. Little, or actually, it could go, this could be a light part right here, as I have it here, and it goes this way underneath the hand. So I have like a little overlap there. I don't know, maybe. We'll see tomorrow. So it's not symmetrical, so he has like a... So there's a bunch of interesting things there. And I'm curving it this way because I'm looking up on him, right? So this is curving down because my my eye level is somewhere around here, right? So I need to see a bottom part of this. I need to see a bottom part of this. I need to see a bottom part of his chin. So there. Back with food. Okay, that's awesome. So you're already eating. I'm just gonna finish in a couple minutes because maybe I could make a little. I see like a little shift in the plane right here. Let me do that. I'm finishing. I'm just having fun a little bit more. I really want to get into portrait, but it would take me another couple hours. Maybe I can do it. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm just going to read that comment. Yeah, if I was closer, I'd feed you as well as every artist. Yeah, that's so nice. That's so nice of you. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's something that I remember. I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. That was a time when I used to work for food, so you can't make me happier than with a nice food. Okay, so there's like a little like a funky edge, and I want to continue with this. Like I'm trying to create these zigzags, throughout that painting, because again, this is a kind of a frontal view, and it feels stiff or stale. I don't know. Like I want a little bit more motion, and maybe I'll add a little bit more. Because I have to make him a little wider. I think that he's wider as a person. So maybe all the way here. Yeah, and I still didn't place. And I'm gonna think about it, probably tomorrow, maybe even today. I don't know. I still haven't placed that scarf that he has on his belt. I really love how it is evolving so far. You do? Okay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm kind of surprised with it myself. I felt I thought it's going to be. It's not that bad. I felt that putting that instrument all the way up and cutting it off was a wrong move, but I think it's working. I think it's working. I don't know. I will tell you tomorrow for sure. For sure. That's for sure. I want to get rid of this. And I don't know if you can hear it, but underneath me it's a bar. And they started a party. So the music is blasting really loud. No, I think it's okay that it shows how big that it gives you space to really think of that being really, really big as an instrument. I think it was a good. I think it was a good call. I think it was a good call. Got to sleep on it. I see not boring for sure. For sure. Okay. For sure. So Tasia, she knows the reference. For sure. it's a. I think it's from Workaholics. I don't know if you've seen that. If you've seen that. If you've seen that sitcom, Workaholics, there's one of the guys, and they're, I don't know, talking about something, and he has a fur coat. You haven't seen that? Okay, all right. So you have to definitely check it out. It's a really stupid sitcom. Stupid. It's not stupid. It's a like humor. It's very like a very college. Okay, I don't know. It has a college vibe to it. Guys drinking and so on and so forth. That's why it's called Workaholics, and they're always dealing with something. And what I wanted to say is, one of those guys, he has like a fur coat made out of bear, and he's very proud at that, and he's wearing it everywhere. And there is some debate, and he mentioned fur sure instead of for sure. You have to see it. I don't know. I can't. I'm not really a good with the jokes, but I'm pretty sure that if you type "fur sure" in YouTube, you're just gonna find it. Like a little. It's a little sketch. So I'm glad that Taicha picked up on that. You typed it on purpose? Okay, so you were on to that joke with us. Okay, all right, cool. Cool. This is a mistake because this runs. See, I knew that something is not as it's supposed to, so let's just do this. Let's just make it like disappear. Done. Okay, all right. I think I'm done for today because, well, this might actually go even lower, a little bit. But I don't want to have it on the same line as a. Let me just make it a little bit more, a little better. Nicer edge there. So it makes a little bit more sense that it's sleeve. Hopefully it makes sense that it's sleeve. And then let me adjust this a little bit, because there's a lot of stuff there. Okay, the only thing that we're missing is the head, so this is what I need to do. I just need to wipe all this right here. Completely. Right? So that's the first step, which might sound strange, but it had to be done, because if I want to continue on that tomorrow and figure it out what to do with the shadow and the face, it has to go. Right, and right now what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a big flat brush like this one. Is my camera working? No, it doesn't. Does it want to work? No, it doesn't. Anyway, so it's a really big flat brush, like this big, like my palm. And I'm just going to really, really knock it down. You might not be able to hear it or see it because I was in the way, but I'm softening it completely. So it's going to be really, really soft. I'm just getting rid of every bit of paint there. The same thing that I did previously. This would be the same idea of like not having a and I'm really pressing hard. I mean, I hope that you can see it. This would be a similar idea than scraping down the pigment because I don't want to have a texture. Right now, when you look at the painting, it has like imperfections in values. And you have like a little dots, and something is darker, something is lighter, and it might be cool looking right now. But like I said, what if tomorrow I don't like it? I can't really get rid of it. I can still see what's happening here. I'm just looking at it like it would be in like it would be in that fog that I was talking about. So you can still see everything. It's just I get rid of every piece of. I'm trying to get rid of every little piece of paint. I saw it, I burned it into memory that I know that this is gonna work, so I can definitely very quickly repaint it tomorrow if I want to. Same goes for these lines, for everything that's here. Same goes for this, because right now this is like a, it's gonna stay there, it's just going to be, it's like when you try to erase something that you draw, you can't really erase it completely, it's always going to stay there. You make it blurry enough to let your brain be associative again tomorrow in a sense. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes. You're absolutely right. And then, you know, it's easier for me to deal with this right now. First of all, it's going to dry faster. And I made one uniform kind of a painting. That means that if I right now choose to only bring light, I don't need to touch the shadows at all. Shadows are there. So I can just take, let's say right tomorrow, I can take a white pigment and just I can take a not white pigment, I can take, let's talk about white. I can take a white pigment and I can just slowly dry brush the white pigment on the top. The same principle as I'm doing darker, so the more paint I put, the darker it is. The same I'm going to do with the white, but it's way more difficult because white's going to pollute everything. It's going to look chalky, so I can't really erase it. I already know where I want to have things, so I'm going to do a little bit of white, or whatever pigment that I want, a dry brush on the top. I'm going to let it sit, and then on top of it, I can start bringing and painting these beautiful patterns, and then I let that dry, and then I can take a half tone, but not thick, but thin paint, and just bring the half tones on the top, or next to it, and soften to make a transition softer, and it would be done. If the underpainting gets satisfactory, which some places is, some places isn't. I mean, the shoes are kind of okay, and they're okay because nobody is looking down there. They need to be there, and if they're correctly placed, no one's going to question them. Hands, it's a completely different story. If I'm going to try to do a pass for my hands, and it's not going to work, I have to start painting everything, because I won't be able to ever make it coherent. It's just I'm not going to be able to create this vibrant, this transparent time more. It's just simply because I'm working not only with a transparency, but it's also because of canvas texture, and also because of the orange on top of orange. So what could I do tomorrow is to, of course, continue working on a portrait. I will finish the portrait, and then I can switch a mixture from warmer to cooler, and I'm going to start, doing the occlusion, and I'm going to push the darkest darks, only places that I want to. It's a plenty of different way to do it. The important part is right now whether or not I'm going to be able to paint a beautiful portrait. or half portrait, or whatever you want to call it. So I think that's, let me maybe move it. Well, let me take a picture of it. Maybe I could post the picture if the light was going to work. If it's not going to be too, since the camera is not working. It's going to be, it's going to have a little bit of glare, but that's okay. No worries about that. But you can little bit, you're going to see a little bit more. I'm going to take a picture tomorrow as well during the daylight, so you have a better idea of what I did here. Now you're going to start working, camera? Nice, thank you, because it's the end of the, so let me perhaps go there so you can see what I'm talking about. So it's really, really soft. Oops, it's too much. It's really soft. And you can see these are just the patches. It doesn't look right from the close, but you can see how thin, I'm sorry, you can see how thin the pigment is. It's barely there. It's barely there, so. Thank you for joining us, camera. And if I won't forget, I'll bring some examples from home, because I have some at home. I have paintings everywhere, and I have some home under my bed that are done with a similar technique, a little bit more developed. So let me maybe even push it this way. I don't know if it's going to be, if you're going to be able to see it better. Nope. This one. Okay, right now. It's really not, nothing is there. Nothing is set in stone. It's just, you can tell. You can tell that it might be a figure in the costume, somewhat. So yeah, I think this is cue for me to end. Oh, it was almost 6 hours today. Ooh, this is going to be a record. Nice. Well, thank you for joining me. It was a long day today, but since I've been procrastinating a lot, this is what you get when you don't work properly. Yeah, it was really fun to work on this today. I enjoyed it a lot, actually, truth to be told. And tomorrow, if it's going to be possible, I would like to bring some examples of, like, this stage developed a little bit more. Maybe I can find, I don't know, not that I don't know, I know I have Daniel Bilmis's paintings, one, original one, at home. I might bring that one to show you how he approaches that, with what precision he can nail things. And also, I can bring one of mine that I worked on, and these are really, really old, long time ago. And then we're gonna continue. We're gonna do a different mixture. I'm gonna add a little bit more blue after I finish the face, because I want to complete it from top to bottom with one mixture, and then I'm gonna start cooler, and then I can go warmer and cooler and warmer till your heart desire. Well, not till your heart desire, because at one point it's just gonna get just mixed and shuffled too much, and you're gonna lose that transparency. And I also need to bring the instrument. I'm going to ask my father if if I can borrow his for reference. But his is dark. Well, I can always, you know, work that out. I can make the dark area, I can make light, and light areas I can make dark. But I would like to use maybe his pattern on his music instrument. So that's going to be tomorrow, probably, hopefully, because it's want to snow very badly in my country, so it might be time for go for skiing. I have to work on the portrait, so no skiing tomorrow, for sure. Let me just, maybe tomorrow I might be wow. I just want to wipe as much as I can from here, because that's going to be all a light area right there. So yeah, thank you for joining me. Thank you for having the patience to be here for 6 hours. That's just a little too much, even for me. But that's usually how much I used to paint when I was at the academy. So it's just I'm glad to be back in that kind of a setup, and I've really missed that a lot. So yeah, I'm not gonna waste your time anymore with like a, you know, repeating myself again. So hope to see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the evening. I'm kind of I saw a couple of mistakes right now when I was looking, so I'm already thinking what needs to be changed. So hopefully you'll be able to have a chance to join me and us actually tomorrow in our creative discourse stream. So take care, enjoy the rest of the evening, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, take care.